I did it. I'm back. Are we back? Are we live? We're all right. I fixed it. We're fine. We're absolutely a-okay. Give me a minute. Let me go grab the dog, and I'll bring him in, and I'll show you him. Sora. Oh. Sora, let's go. Hello. Hello. Hold up. Come on over here. Come on. Come here. Okay, I'm gonna lift him. There he is. Oh, he's doing the bite thing again. Sorry, we know you're better than this now. We do, don't we? You're better than this, aren't you? There you go. Hello, everyone. This is my dog. He's big now. He's no bigger than he was last time I showed him. He's the same size. So please stop eating my thumb. That's better. Yeah, that's much better. He would love to meet everybody. If everyone got a chance to say hi, he would love it. He'd be so happy. It'd be amazing. He's great. He's very, very cool. We need another meet-up so that everyone can meet him, because he'd be very, very happy to say hello to everybody. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Yeah? Yeah, you would. He doesn't turn his head, he just moves his ears. Yeah, exactly, because everyone got to say hello to him at Christmas, and you weren't there, Ollie. Or Jamie. You're both meant to be there, and you weren't there. Very, very sad. But we can have a meet-up soon, and he can say hello to everybody. Can't we, Sora? Oh. Sorry, you're just going to fall? What are you doing? Alright, go on. Go on. Bye. Alright, he's gone. He's gone. He is very regal. That is actually very much what he is. That's what everyone says about him. I feel like someone else said that about him. He's very regal. It's what he's like. Oh, it's Royal Days is playing. Oh. Oh. That's got me. That's got me. I added some Persona 5 Royal tracks to my personal Persona 5 playlist, Shut Up Flash, the other day, so that I could play it in the car. And it was really nice. There's some really nice tracks. Some tracks I didn't even know were specifically Royal tracks. Oh, do I have the Discord in my about? Oh no. Hang on a minute. Let me just remove that. Shut up, past James. We don't need that. How do I delete that? Edit panels. There it is. Remove the panel. And then save. There we go. Yeah, that's cool. No worries, Ash. Go ahead and lurk. We're going to be playing Beginner's Guide. I don't know what this game is, but we're going to give it a go. Apparently, it's only like 2 hours. Can't hear the music. It's very quiet. Well, it's where I normally have it. It's on volume number 2. How about now? Can you hear it now? Italy meetup? Oh, we need an Italy meetup. I want to do a meetup in Monteriggioni because I think it would be incredible. Imagine getting the Four Pillars community together in Monteriggioni. It would be terrific. Imagine that. Honestly, I think even if we can't do a meetup, we should just get the Four Pillars, like me, Ethan, Tyler, George, meet up in Monteriggioni. I think that would be fucking brilliant. I think if us four went on like a tour of Italy and we went to like Monteriggioni, Florence, Venice, Rome, you know, the major locations, and we made like a vlog series, maybe we did a stream here and there, I think it would be really fun. I think we'd do really good. Yeah, exactly. Tyler's already been there. He knows some of the stuff. We can go back to the place where Tyler, he can take us to where he did the Bieber story. And we can go and we can see where he did that. and like that would be kind of fun. I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be a fun thing to do at some point. But obviously, like, Tyler's coming to the UK in September, so we'll do something nonetheless, in some way. Like I said before, I want to do something stream-oriented, because I feel like everything was very video, podcast-oriented last time. I'd love to do a 4Pillars stream, where I get, like, an event, and we're all in my office, but it's the 4Pillars are in my office. How cool would that be? Like, it's this, you know, office that I always stream from, but Tyler, George, and Ethan are all here. I think that'd be really fun. And that'd be cool. But Italy would be something else. That would be really, really good. Honestly, why don't we extend the Tyler visit? Because Tyler said he wants to come to the UK and the US and Italy and stuff. Didn't he say he wanted to do that? Like, he wanted to make a trip to Italy as well as the UK? Maybe he said he was thinking about it, but he hasn't necessarily confirmed it. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? That'd be kind of fun. I don't know. We get to do bits and bobs. I'm flying to Rome, then Venice. Wait, sorry, I can't read. I'm flying to Rome, then Florence, Italy, then Milan. Wait, Rome and Florence are in Italy. What do you mean? I think he's going to Mexico. He is going to Mexico, yeah. Miami, Mexico, then England. But he did say to me privately that he wants to go to Italy. But I don't think he said he was going to do that. I would love to do New York as well. I think that'd be sick. 4Pillars in New York. I just want to go places with the 4Pillars. I think it'd be really fun. Venice, not Italy. How insane. That's incredible. He's going to Mexico because David's. Yes, that makes sense. I would love to do Italy with the 4Pillars, and I'd love to do New York with the 4Pillars. I think it'd be really cool. New York just because it's cool, but Italy because, I don't know, it's kind of poignant. What the fuck has happened to the camera? Am I the only one that's seeing this? That looks blurry as shit. Wait. Oh, I'm back. I'm not blurry anymore. That was weird. That was so weird. You should go to Monteriggioni IRL and talk with the Auditore Villa architect. We should do, shouldn't we? That'd be amazing. Uncle, I like this architecto. That'd be good. That'd be really good. I want to do around Italy with Toby specifically. Why? Why Toby specifically? Because he's such a fucking retard? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Honestly, oh no, we have to do the 4Pillars go to Italy. How amazing would that be? Like, not only would it be me and George, who already are like complete fucking idiots, we'd get George and Ethan on it as well. Like, Ethan as well. Like, we'd all be feeding off this energy, and we'd make Tyler join in on it as well. We, like, can you imagine? We'd be, like, trying to climb the Duomo. It'd be so stupid. It'd be the best fucking, like, little video clips and streams and stuff. Could you imagine that? That'd be so fucking fun. You'd have like me and George, we'd go over to the little area in the Duomo where you've got like, you pull the assassin symbol up, be like, where's the fucking secret door? It's so dumb. It'd be so dumb. I would very much be up for Flash taking us around New York. I think that'd be amazing. I think that'd be great. If we get someone from New York to show us around New York. That'd be good. Oh my god. Oh my god. We'd have so much fun. It'd be amazing. Imagine us getting lost imagine we accidentally stumble across an assassin tomb. And we're stuck in it. We get stuck in an assassin tomb. I've got ice in my mouth. Sorry. Oh my god. That is what makes it fun. Exactly. That's exactly what makes it fun. Climbing the Palazzo Vecchio. We climb right to the top. It's where my father and brothers were imprisoned. Oh my god. It would actually be amazing. It would actually be so good to have the 4Pillars just going around Italy. There'd be so many Assassin's Creed memes. It'd be the dumbest shit. I actually think I should propose this to everyone. The funniest part, honestly, of like making it happen will be like George trying to like us trying to get him to save the money to go on the trip, because like the rest of us will be like, yeah, I'm so down, we'll put the money aside, but like trying to get George to save money to go on a trip to Italy will be the funniest part of the whole process. It'll just be us in the group chat like, George, make sure you put your money aside when you get paid, please, we need to go to Italy. Remember. It'd be great. Go to Micheletto's grave and say you went to an Assassin's 2. So stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god. We could go up every viewpoint and synchronize Italy. We got to try to get to the top of the Castello in Rome and synchronize. That wasn't even a viewpoint, was it, in Assassin's Creed? The Castello's not even a real viewpoint. So that would be futile. That'd be a futile effort. We've got to go to Isola di Tiberina and synchronize. Oh my god. So fucking stupid. I remember when I was in this phase in like, when was it? It must have been 2016 or something. I took a big break. I might have been 2017. I took a big break from like videos and streams and everything, and because I was getting really sick of Assassin's Creed, but I took like a big like 4-week break where me and Elva, George, and his girlfriend at the time were going like doing a bunch of different stuff, and I almost like got really reinvested in like Assassin's Creed. It was weird. I was like, oh, I'm gonna read all the comics. This is gonna be sick. I want to get back into it because like I'd had like 4 weeks away from YouTube and everything. And I remember we were going to Blackpool on the train, and I saw a church. Every single time I saw a church, I was like, oh, look, it's a viewpoint. Because I was a fucking idiot. And that was really fun. I remember that. So that's something that happened. And I did actually try to read the comics, and they were just really boring, so I stopped. But there you go. After a hearty meal, and you have to pay at the pub in Firenze, you went to Firenze, and your worst accent going, Amani? I don't have your Amani. And then run away. Yeah. Right, we're going to play Beginner's Guide. Apparently it's about 2 hours long, is what Ollie said to me. I'm going to Google and see on the How Long to Beat website how long it is. Beginner's Guide length. Ollie's been trying to get me to play this game for a very long time. An hour and a half. It says an hour and a half. And honestly, this website is normally overestimating. Every single time I've read a time and something's like, oh, it takes 16 hours, it takes me 10. So if this says an hour and a half, it's probably going to take me 5 minutes. But you never know. It Began With a Letter is a really good track, by the way. That's what's playing right now. This is a really good Kingdom Hearts track. It Began With a Letter is like really good background music. I like this a lot. He must be late, and she must be beautiful. I'm running multiple red lights and causing numerous accidents. We do Far Cry? I can't say I will, but I can't say I won't either. You never know. Like I've said, I'm up for playing old Ubisoft games that I love. Just don't want to buy any new ones. So you never know. I might play Far Cry 3 at some point. Because who's it going to hurt? Absolutely nobody. I already own the game. You know. That do be how it be. I finally finished Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh, nice. Nice. Kingdom Hearts 3 is sick. Especially with Remind. Thank you for the 3 bits, Bambo. Appreciate it, man. I just realized something. None of my shit is on screen. What? I know why it is. There you go. There you go. Why was that? Don't know. But there you go. Let me just open Streamlabs because we've hit our sub goal, and I forgot to celebrate. So let me just change my sub goal real quick. Not that it'll matter, but change 110. Why not? Why not? Why not? Opinions on Dark Domination, how bad it is? It's bad. It's very bad, isn't it? It's very bad as a piece of music, and especially as a boss theme. Not good. So there you go. Let's Go Remote is so expensive. It is expensive, that's true. But to put it into perspective, if you're playing on Critical, it took me and George longer than it took us to beat the main game to beat Remind. Now, that's not because of the amount of content. It's because of how long the content took to beat. And if you're into, like, boss fights, it's 100% worth the price. Because they are the best boss fights I think I've ever played in my life. I won't lie. Like, I do think KH3 Remind are the best boss fights to exist in video games, to be honest with you. But if you're not into that shit, then the main story is not worth the price. Because the main story is about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. And, like, it's really good. It's good stuff. But it's not worth the price if that's all you're paying for. And Limit Cut is really good. Because that's just the 13 data battles of the 13 members of the organization. And it's got a story to it as well. There's a Riku element to it. And there's a story that happens. And then you also have the secret episode that comes. So it's like you beat Remind. And when you beat Remind, it's like, oh, Limit Cut unlocked. When you eventually beat Limit Cut, which took me and George 6 weeks, you unlock secret episode. When you beat that, you get a whole cutscene and a whole ending, and there's the whole that thing, and that's big. It's not worth, I think, the price they put it as. Because although it takes a while to beat, that's because you're really trying on these boss fights. And if you don't enjoy that, then you're not good, like, it's not worth the price at all. It was worth the price for me, 100%, but it's not going to be worth the price for everybody. And so if it's on sale, which it does go on sale very frequently, then pick it up. Because the story's really good, the battles are really fun, even on standard mode. Like, they're hard and they're fun. Secret episode's really good, and the story is sick. Like, the story's really good. Where they take the direction of it and everything is really cool. So there's that. But I really like Remind. And, like, they added a lot of things with the Remind updates as well. That, like, made KH3 just better with, like, all the different, like, they added, like, Oathkeeper and Oblivion, and then they added, like, all the different combos you can do. And that was really cool. Yeah, wait for it to go on sale. Yeah, 45, yeah, is too much. It's too much. Even though it's a different currency. Too much. They definitely, like, it's an overpriced DLC for sure. For sure. I definitely got my time out of it. But the like, the quantity is so little, like, it's not worth it. I think it should have been, like, yeah, like, not as much as it is, for sure. So I completely understand that. Definitely. Someone did ask, we play the new Lego Star Wars game. We are going to play it. We're playing it on Horsey and Fox. I'll link it in chat. So there's certain games that we stream on Horsey and Fox, which is me and George from the 4 Pillars. We stream games. Yeah, there's no Horsey and Fox thing, but there's the link to Horsey and Fox. You know what? Let me add the command. Oh, there you go. Flash did it. If you subscribe to that YouTube channel, that's where we do all of our Horsey and Fox streams. We're going to be streaming the entirety of the Skywalker Saga Lego Star Wars on that channel starting from April 9th. And we'll do it every single Saturday until we finish it. And that's going to be fun as fuck because we've not streamed on Horsey and Fox for a good few months now. Me and George are very, very, very ready to go and do it. We've been talking about it on and off for a while, like how much we're looking forward to it. Pretty much every time I see George, we're like, oh shit, Horsey and Fox is going to be good. And it's what we used to do back in the day when we lived together. Whenever we'd like be eating dinner or like be just sitting playing a game or whatever we were doing, like when we both lived at my parents' house, we'd always be like looking forward to the next Horsey and Fox stream. We'd be like, oh yeah, we got a stream on Saturday. That's going to be fun. I can't wait to do this or can't wait to do that. It's going to be good fun. And that's how we feel about the Skywalker Saga, so it's been nice. Final Fantasy 14 is not tomorrow, no, but Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. So is that right for you and Jas? Or Jas said he would have to join later, but yeah, cool. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, Saturday. You know what I mean? Because I have to record podcast at, I don't even know when actually. Hang on, let me text Tyler because I don't even know. I don't know when I'm recording. I just know it's Friday night. So yeah, Friday night I'm recording, as always, podcast with Tyler, and we're getting Matty on as a guest, so that's going to be really cool. You know what's funny about that? Actually, no, I'm not going to say it. But Saturday night will be Final Fantasy 14. All right. I think we've talked for long enough. It's been like 20 minutes. We need to play Beginner's Guide because it's been way too long, and I've been putting this off. I think it's time we hop in. And play Beginner's Guide. So, if you don't know what this game is, apparently, is it by the same devs that made that other game? What's it called? You know the other game. The why is it escaping me right now? The Stanley Parable. That's the one. The Stanley Parable. So it's by the same devs that made the Stanley Parable, which is a really good game. It's really fucking good. I remember watching Luke play through it pretty recently. I played through it a few years ago. So I think it's by the same devs. No, it is by the same devs. You've already said that it is. Flat Stanley. Is that a SpongeBob character? Wait, is that a SpongeBob character? Wait. Wait. Am I losing my mind? It's not. It's not. What the fuck? Why did I think it was a SpongeBob character? Is there a SpongeBob character that has a similar name? Oh, Stanley S. SquarePants. That might be why. Oh, because there's two. Okay, so because there's Stanley S. SquarePants and then there's Flats the Flounder. That's why. That's why I thought this. Look, see, you've got Stanley S. SquarePants and you've got Flats the Flounder. So it's both. That's why I thought it was a SpongeBob character. It just got messed up in my head. Flat Stanley is not a SpongeBob character. Right. Okay, let's play Beginner's Guide. Okay. It's 22 in the morning. I'm doing a late night stream. Chill stream. Alright. Let's play Beginner's Guide. Oops. Turn off a letter. Turn off the letter song. Ah! Where is it? Play Beginner's Guide. Here we are. Beginner's Guide. This is quite loud. It's loud, right? That's not just me. Let's turn it down a bit.
Thank you for subbing, you sassy little...
Thank you. Who's that? Geek Fam?
1 year Pagman, 1 year Pagman, 1 year Pagman, 1 year Pagman, 1 year Pagman.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. I appreciate the sub. Right, hold on. Let me turn down beginner's guide real quick. Okay. Is that too... Oh, wait, I know. Hold on. Give me a second. I realize now why the background music was so quiet for you. I turned down desktop audio on my other stream so that subs weren't so loud. It should be good now. How's that? Do you think I should turn it up a little bit? Hold on. Let me just... This is good? Okay, cool. This is even, like, loud for me in my ears, but I think we'll be alright. There's no dialogue the whole way, so I guess based on that. Oh, there's dialogue? Why did I say there's no dialogue? I'm a fucking idiot. Thank you for the good luck, Ryuji, from Persona 5. You have soy ears? Yeah, you're probably right. Right, begin the game. Persona time. What am I talking about? This beginner's guide. Make sure the audio is on. It is. It is on. Controls. There's only 5 controls.
Hi there. Thank you very much for playing the Beginner's Guide. My name is Davey Reedon. I wrote The Stanley Parable, and while that game tells a pretty absurd story, today I'm going to tell you about a series of events that happened between 2008 and 2011. We're going to look at the games made by a friend of mine named Coda. Now, these games mean a lot to me. I met Coda in early 2009 at a time when I was really struggling with some personal stuff, and his work pointed me in a very powerful direction. I found it to be a good reference point for the kinds of creative works that I wanted to make. So just to start you off, this is, I think, the first game he ever made. It's a level for Counter-Strike. You can walk around here, by the way. And mostly it's just Coda learning the basics of building a 3D environment. But what I like is that even though he starts from the simple aesthetic of a desert town, he then scatters these colorful abstract blobs and impossible floating crates around the level. And of course, it destroys the illusion that this actually is a desert town, and instead this level becomes a kind of calling card from its creator. It's like a reminder that this video game was constructed by a real person. And it kind of makes you wonder, what was going through his head as he was building this? This is what I like about all of Coda's games. I mean,
Calling card, a Persona.
Fascinating as games, but that they are all going to give us access to their creator. I want us to see past the games themselves. I want to get to know who this human being really is. And that's exactly what we're going to do here.
He made this? What's this?
So, it's 2008. Coda starts making these games, and he never releases any of them. He doesn't put them onto the internet. He just makes them and then immediately
he didn't say
abandons
space.
them, and they sit on his computer forever. And I think he really understood this image of himself as a recluse. At one point, he jokingly renamed his computer's recycling bin to Important Games Folder. So, you know, this was just how he worked. He tended to crank them out one after the other without even really pausing to try to understand what he had just made, until suddenly one day, he just stopped. In 2011, that was it. He made his last game, and then he hasn't made another one since. And that's why I've taken this opportunity to gather all of his work together, is because I find his games powerful and interesting, and I'd like this collection to reach him, to maybe encourage him to start creating again. And if the people like you who play this also happen to find his work interesting, then I'm sure it'll just send that much stronger of a message of encouragement to Coda.
Did he ever start making games again? Actually, don't tell me.
If you have a
Don't tell
particular
me.
interpretation that I haven't mentioned here, or
Until
if
the
you
end.
just need to get in touch, you can email me at DAVEYWREDEN.
There's grass in the wall.
Okay, that's about it for introduction. Let's take a look at Coda's first proper game. As each game is loading, I'll show you the date that it was completed. This first one was made in November.
This is really
2008.
cool. Oh, hello. Alright. Whisper machine. Status active. Oh, I can shoot. Can I reload?
This game
No.
is called Escape from Whisper, and it's one of the more generic games you'll see from Coda.
Can I change the audio? So headphones. Yeah, that's better. Why is there no sound anymore? of like the sound effects. I love this game. Can't believe I found someone playing after all this time. Well, welcome in. I'm playing for the first time. Someone's been trying to get me to play it for ages. We're playing it now. Where did the sound go? Did I mess that up? Shall I restart? There we go. There we go.
This game is called Escape from Whisper, and it's one of the more generic
This
games
is
you'll see
loud.
from-
This is really loud. Hold on. Hold on. Can I turn this down a bit?
Coda.
Did I fuck it up again? He's not speaking again. Is he supposed to be Wait, hang on. Sorry. I think I fucked it. I think I fucked it up.
Warning. Whisper machine active. Shift destruction imminent.
This game is called Escape from Whisper, and it's one of the more generic games.
I've
you'll see
broken the easiest game to play. Oh no, he just does stop there. He just does stop there. Okay, we're fine. This is alright, right? Volume's okay.
You can click to fire the gun.
Security call breached. Hostile alien life form inbound.
Where? I don't want to see
It
the
kinda
aliens.
looks like this game was abandoned mid-development. For instance, you have this gun, which you'd think would indicate that there are supposed to be monsters or enemies somewhere, but then clearly there are no enemies anywhere.
Do a 360,
You can't
alright.
even reload the gun when you run out of bullets.
There you go.
But ultimately, we don't really know. Maybe Coda thought that actually it was complete the way that it is. And I think that we should talk about his games for what they are, rather than for what they're not.
Enemy
Huh.
force neutralized. Begin ship evacuation.
I love how you can see the bottom of the universe from this room.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you literally can't reload. Like you just.
Apparently,
Wow.
the space station has a labyrinth on it. Sure, I don't know. There's really no reason for it that I've ever been able to discern, so in the interest of time, I'm just gonna skip you on past it. Okay,
Whoa,
this
what'd I
is
just
the part that's
do?
interesting. The game has this narrative about the Whisper machine and how it has to be turned off, and then you get to the engine room.
Don't go off left click. What? Did I accidentally just do that? I don't know. Is he going to play for many games? I love it. Yeah, this is fine. TARDIS.
You there, in the engine room. You could save us all. That beam is powering the Whisper machine. We could disrupt it by introducing a great enough heat signature. If your body could stop the beam. It's so much to ask, but for all of our lives, would you do it? Could you give yourself?
Am I Clara? Do I have to jump into the doctor's time stream? Oh my god, I am.
Let me pause here for a second. What you just experienced, stepping into the beam and then dying, is probably what Coda had initially intended when he was developing this level. But when he first compiles and plays it, something goes wrong. There's a bug somewhere. And this is what happens instead.
Hold on a sec. Fuck, I can't. My phone is autocorrecting like just a fucking idiot. Wait. It's a level. I just
The
played
beam
this.
causes you to start floating. And this is an important moment for him. Because yes, this is technically a glitch, but Coda identifies something human about it. Like how small it makes you feel in the face of this larger chaotic system. Or this floating could be the afterlife, a peaceful place, juxtaposed against all of the hysteria that you've just had to traverse. I don't even know. I have no idea what he was thinking, but what's clear is that after making this, something lodges itself in his brain. He wants to do more of these really weird and experimental designs. So he stops work on this and moves on to a stream of tiny little games that go in all sorts of directions. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first game he made after leaving this one behind.
Okay, here we go. November 2008. Okay. I can't move.
Yep.
I can...
In this game, you can only walk backwards.
Oh. That's so interesting. This is so weird, but I really like it. Wait, what?
So it's a short and relatively minimalist experiment combining motion and narrative. It is less advanced than the previous game, but actually it seems to be more focused, more complete.
Okay.
Code is trying to give it a unique voice rather than simply basing it on a pre-existing trope. It's a short little thought, it says what it wants to say, and then it ends. Didn't need anything more than that. Which to me is why it works, because it gets out quick. Okay, next one.
Alright, alright. We're playing Slender Man.
And that's it. Okay, the meaning of this game won't be clear just yet. Please be patient with me for a few more games, and I promise you'll see what makes it interesting.
Alright, alright. Fair enough.
Oftentimes, Coda would put bizarre titles like this one at the start of his games. I wish I'd known him at the time that he was making these early games. He would really only talk to me about his work as he was making it. Once he stopped work on a game, like, that was it. It was dead to him. And I don't agree with that at all, but what are you gonna do?
Getting, like, slower?
Once you've been slowed to an absolute crawl, the door at the top of the stairs opens. So why, if Coda's not showing these games to anyone, why bother opening the door at all? Well, to show you, I'm modifying the game here so that when you press enter, it'll bring you back up to full speed so you can enter the door for yourself.
Stand on an X staring at a bear for 3 hours. And you collect items, except the game automatically quits you when you collect them.
A room that's warm and nice and filled with little ideas for games.
Is this real? Wait, hang on. Does he actually
Coda
know
would
a
often tell
dude
me
that
he
made
didn't mind
these?
if
Or
people
like,
thought
did
of
he
him
make
as
this
cold
up?
or distant? He said that he knew that he was actually a vibrant and compassionate person, but that it takes time to really see that. It can be a very slow climb to get there.
This is so weird. This feels like almost like this dude made this super interesting thing but pretended it was like, the whole concept is like, oh, I knew a guy that made these weird games. But like, did he really? Alright. This is just like thoughts. Like, don't answer me if you, obviously if you know. This is really cool though. I should have played this sooner, I'm gonna be honest with you. Ollie was like, right.
Well, this is new for Coda. It's an actual puzzle. Go ahead and see if you can solve it. Don't forget that solution, because we're going to see this puzzle again soon.
There you go.
We're gonna see it a lot.
Ollie is always right, it's true. God, this is so fun.
So that seems to be it, right? You walk down a corridor, you solve a puzzle, you get to the end. Simple enough. Alright, now I'm going to modify the game again, so that when you press enter, it'll remove all of the walls from this room.
Whoa. What?
How about that? There was more to it than we had any way of knowing. I actually find it funny that this game comes after the Stairs game, since they essentially convey the opposite idea. So, in the Stairs game, a dull exterior concealed a rich interior. And then, in this level, a dull interior hides this fantastic outer world. Either way, I think that the point is the same, is that most of the time you don't get to know what you're missing, or
This
even
isn't
that
real.
you're missing anything.
There's no way
That's
I-
not your
no.
role as a player. So if your role here is not to understand, then what is it?
This isn't real. This is not real. There's no way a person made all of this. That's insane. Like, you're an insane person if you did this. Okay.
Aha. So, this, combined with the entering game from earlier, tells us that Coda believes his games are connected somehow. It could even be that the Stairs game and the puzzle game are literally connected in between this and the entering game. There's a bigger picture that all of his games are meant to play a role in, some larger meaning that we won't be able to grasp until we've seen all of them. And once
Maybe
we
he
have,
is
we
an
can
insane
step
person,
back
yeah.
and start to understand what exactly that bigger picture is.
The Great and Lovely Descent. House. There is house. Looks
Let's
more like
talk
a
about
pub.
video game development for a second. Every video game runs on what's called an engine, which determines what the game can and cannot do. So in other words, the engine is a set of tools for game development. To make
go to the
all of
pub.
these games, Coda is using an engine called Source. Like all engines, Source has certain things that it does well, and it has certain things that it does poorly. One of the things that it does very well is boxy linear corridors. That's why so many of Coda's games are set in these large, flat, empty rooms, is just because
Oh.
he's working with what the engine does well.
Oops. I fell.
The tools available to the creator shape what kinds of creative work they're going to end up making. You might consider paying attention to the architecture in Coda's games to notice how they seem to stem from an engine that's very good at producing linear, boxy corridors.
Yeah, it's very clearly all Source. You can feel it. To be fair, even if it's not made in Source, they've like emulated Source in a way where you're like, yeah, it's Source.
This prison, funny enough, in Coda's original design, the doors stayed shut for a full hour before letting you go. If you don't mind, I think we're gonna skip that. This is something that he and I used to argue about a lot. You know, whether a game
I'm
ought
saying
to actually
Source
be
in my
playable,
accent,
whether it means
alright?
anything if no one can get through it. And I would always defend that, you know, all this work goes into the game, why not make it playable and accessible? And so we just got into heated arguments over it, and there was one time that after one of these conversations, he went home, and a day or two later, he sent me a zip file entitled Playable Games that was full of hundreds of individual games, each of which was just an empty box that you walked around in and nothing else. Believe me, I played every single one of those just to find out if there was like a gag hidden somewhere. There wasn't.
This is not real. I'm pretty convinced this is not real. But I'm interested. I mean, I'm interested in the story he's telling. Which is like the fun, isn't it?
It's the puzzle again, with the exact same solution as the last time. There's still no clear indication of what makes this puzzle so special that Coda is going to return to it over and over. But I promise I'll share with you my interpretation very shortly.
What I mean by it's not real is there's no way this story he's telling is real. Like, there's no way, because, listen, if I had a friend that did this, they wouldn't be my friend anymore. Like, you're fucking insane. Like, imagine if Tyler, or Luke, or George, or Ethan did this, I'd be like, hey, you're not my friend anymore, you're fucking weird, stop making these games that don't have a purpose, you're a weird man. But you never know. I mean, he could just, like, really like his mate. I don't know. Let's just keep playing. Listen. Speak.
Here, Coda begins using a kind of dialogue system.
You there,
he
did you
fashioned
come
out
from
of
above?
the engine's chat capabilities. Use the 1, 2, 3 buttons on your keyboard to
I literally
respond.
send you games? True. True, but you don't, at least you don't make them, you know? If you made the anime girls on the beach game, I probably wouldn't be your friend anymore. Wait, so what am I supposed to do? Show from above, what was there? 3. I have been there, yes. As a boy, did you have to get through a puzzle? Yeah. I did. Now tell us how you solved it. Tell us the solution. Why can't I pick the answer? Wait, what? I don't understand. I flicked the switch and then I walked through and then flicked the switch again. Like, that was the puzzle. Okay, let's just hit one of them. I have to escape this prison. There must be an ending. I promise you, there's nothing I want more. Fuck, this is weird. Bro, this is weird. I like this a lot, actually. This is what you need from video games. You can play like a million incredible
So we make one last descent.
AAA
final floor
PlayStation
below.
games. But this is good. This is like good. What the fuck is this?
It's a lamppost. Okay, I can't tell you quite why, but for some reason, Coda fixates on this lamppost. It's going to appear at the end of every single one of his games from here on out. I'll tell you what I think. I think that up to this point, you know, he's been making really strange and abstract games with no clear purpose, and maybe you can only float around in that headspace for so long. Because now he wants something to hold on to. He wants a reference point. He wants the work to be leading to something. He wants a destination, which is what this lamppost is. It's a destination. We're going to see it in the work as well. His games are just going to become a lot more cohesive, a lot more fully developed, with more of a clear idea behind them. And as we go, that idea will get clearer and clearer and clearer.
Yeah, AAA games, as good as they can be. Like God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, Elden Ring, beautiful games. Did you leave notes? We were just talking about Elden Ring. But something like this? Oh. This is like... I don't know what it is, man. This sort of shit, like, I vibe with it so good. Could you imagine Tyler playing this? I feel like he'd be like, hey man, this is fucking weird. I just want to play Horizon. I don't know. I actually would love to see Tyler play this game. I think it'd be really good. Don't know what you're talking about, James. I want to see another AAA open world action adventure game where I have nothing to do for 60 hours. So do I. Yeah, Stanley Parable is great, and this as well. This is really cool. I would actually really love to see Tyler play this. I think this would be a sick game to watch Tyler play. I might have to try and get him to play it, actually. Or when I'm done with it, you know. Nice room. Not.
So first off, I'm sure you can deduce this, but this game is not connected to the internet. All of the notes that you're gonna see have been written by Coda. This was actually the first game of his that I ever played. This was shortly after I met him at a weekend game jam in Sacramento, where I grew up. I saw him working on this very level, and it was just so different from anything that anyone else was doing. So right away I was like, I have to be friends with this person. In retrospect, I think I was probably a bit too pushy, trying to get his attention.
I would definitely think I have to avoid this person, but there you go.
But he was very gracious about it and very patient with me. And I cooled off eventually.
Do you know what I'll do?
Feel free to skip over any of these notes if they're not doing anything for you. Nothing extra is going to happen if you read all of them. Either way, to me they convey a sense of loneliness. Okay, I see this person who's filled with thoughts and feelings and beliefs and has no way to express them except as scattered and unheard voices in a game that wasn't meant to be played.
I think what I might do is when Tyler comes over to the UK...
But it's ironic, isn't it? That
I'll stream
in playing this game and seeing how alone Coda often felt, that we get to know him better and actually kind of connect with him. And I have to be honest with you, this idea is really seductive to me. That I could just play someone's game and see the voices in their head and get to know them better and have to do less of the messy in-person socializing. I could just get to know you through your work. I think this is why I always liked Coda's games so much, is because it felt like they let me have that connection. I felt as though he was inviting me personally into his world. And then I feel less lonely too.
Why does this feel like something Flash would DM me at 2 o'clock in the morning? It literally feels like something Flash would... Flash, did you make this? But yeah, I think what I'll do is when Tyler comes over to the UK, I'll start up a stream. You'll all know it's going to be Beginner's Guide, but Tyler won't. And I'll be like, look, I want you to play this game. And we'll get to see his reaction to it. Because if I tell him to play it, he won't do it. But if I get him to do it, he'll do it. And it'll be really fun. Because I would love to see Tyler's reaction to this. Because it would be so much better than my reaction to this. How the fuck am I able to read all of these? The sailors are looking for it. What does that mean? This is insane. What the actual fuck? There's no, you're not meant to read all of these because there's no way you can get over there, right? Butt ass butt. Looks like something Jamie would leave in the Discord. That doesn't exist anymore. Epic memes. Might as well just like press enter, because sometimes that works. Okay, it didn't do anything. Oh my god. Why am I reading all these? I feel like I should, right? Why am I doing this? Why am I reading them? Why am I reading them? I know it doesn't matter. This is so weird. I'm just reading all of them. I just want to. Oh wait, could we jump? Oh, we can't. Okay. Why did I do that? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is really interesting. Yeah, I want to, even though like I none of this means anything to me, but like I want to. It's crazy how, like, accurately done all the notes are, though. They feel like notes. They don't feel like one person has done it. It feels like notes. Maybe it is. Maybe a bunch of people did write these. Maybe it wasn't one guy. I don't fucking know. I don't know what any of this is. Why is this one in the floor? Oh my god. Wait, you can press control to crouch too. Why did I look up? Why? What? That one was a minute ago. It's the same message twice. That one was as well. That's the second. That's the message. That's the same message. This is so fucking weird.
At the end of this level, we're going to see the puzzle again. And here, I'll tell you what I think the puzzle means. Each of these games represents an idea that was on Coda's mind at the time that he was making it. And the puzzle is a way of closing the door on a previous chapter of his life before moving on to the next one.
This is so weird. I need to see Tyler play this. I need to see what it does to his brain.
In each of his games, after exploring a theme that, he might find difficult, Coda can then place this puzzle that he knows has a reliable solution, he understands exactly how it works, and so it gives him a simple mechanism for moving on. And because there's this dark area between the doors, a space between spaces, before you move on, you get to pause. Just for a moment, a few seconds to reflect on and let go of the events that led you here. To step back and connect the pieces together. To grasp at that elusive bigger picture.
What are typewriters? What the fuck? Oh, this is weird. This is weird. It's the lamppost. May to June 2009. What the fuck?
Okay, this one is tough. It's gonna kind of just spin its own wheels for a few minutes. Hang with it.
This is cool. This is fucking cool. Oh. Gallifrey. I did see it in the corner. Yeah, I did. It was all the different little bits of dialogue. Okay. Thank you for the good luck.
See, like, this is it. The whole game. And there's nothing that's particularly interesting about it. You just walk to the end of a hallway.
We're in the well,
Except,
though.
for some reason, Coda gets really fixated on this prison that has all of this modern furniture. And I don't know why, but he decides he needs to revisit this prison. He's gonna start over, use the same assets, turn it into something else. Okay, cool. Here's version 2.
Hold on. My lips are dry. I need some lip balm. Give me a sec. Oh, wait, what? What furniture ought to go in the center? A TV. That's not a television. That's a table. Washing machine. That's a sofa. That's a... Please do this one. That's a lamp. What? That was a table. Whoa.
There's a bit more to this one, but still, it's not really communicating anything. It's kind of just weird for weirdness' sake. So, okay, he throws it out and starts over. This time he comes at the prison idea from a different direction.
It's like the Squid Games, yeah. Okay. So I was trying to outsmart the game. I said turn it back on, what? Yeah, the dots again. The dots. What are the dots? They keep showing up.
And of course, now the table is gone and you can't begin the chain of events to escape. Here's a version where there are no bars, but you can't actually get to the well. And then a version where the inside of the prison is the outside and the outside is the inside. Let me just blink you real quick through a few more of these. I mean, he
Why?
really loaded on this prison idea. There's nearly a dozen of them. Personally, I think it's awful to watch this, to see a person basically unraveling through their work. And for what? Like, at what point do you just go, maybe there are game ideas other than this prison that I could be working on? But Coda doesn't have that voice telling you to stop, that particular mechanism of defense against yourself. Without it, you just spiral. And so he keeps going and going and going and going and going, and then he hits on something. And he likes it. And that's it. He's done. He stops making prisons.
There's no way this is real.
This is the very last version of the prison game that he created. And the reason I think it works is that the prison is not actually in it.
This is not real. Coda's not a real person. There's no way. This is just like a crazy abstract idea for an indie game that the guys from the Stanley Parable made. This is not... Coda's not real. Because, hey, this is mental. The TARDIS! Oh.
It's a conversation. And so this is what Coda wants, is to be able to talk to someone, to share what's on his mind, and to get some good advice from someone who knows.
Nah, but it's a phone box.
But the irony is that even in this scenario, you're still talking to yourself. You know, all of these games so far are Coda talking to himself.
Thank you for subbing, you sassy little...
Thank you for the Prime. I don't know if these choices matter at all. Sorry, that's not even funny. It's just an inside joke. Okay. The maker of this game made a 4 Pillars inside joke.
I can see why he considers this a fitting conclusion to the prison games. After all of the obsession and frustration, just to be told by someone you can trust that things are going to be okay. Wouldn't that be nice? So what would it look like if Coda wanted to make a game about talking to someone other than himself?
Okay, we're in the snow. There's clearly
To me,
some
this
footprints
environment
here.
is meant to represent Coda's puzzle, with the 2 doors on either side and a dark transitional space between.
What's in the house? Can we go into the house? Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness, I'm glad as heck that you showed up. Thought I might have been having to clean this entire house by myself, and right miserable that would have been. Everyone knows lonesome hands make lousy homes. I've never
You'll
heard that
notice
before.
that the quality of the art is a step up from previous games, including this new and improved chat system, which he started using from this point on. From here on out, he begins putting much more effort into the visual polish of his work, and this particular game took 2 months to create as a result.
Where's the bedroom? This is a bathroom. Oh. Am I just having to walk through it? Oh. I'm playing Life is Strange. Clean.
After the intense set of prison games, this house cleaning level almost feels like cleansing. It's the moment after a particularly difficult or traumatic experience where you just need to let it sit and digest inside of you, and eventually cohere into something meaningful. I know that Coda really liked this game. Of all of his work, actually, this was the only one that he called me up to ask me to come over and look at it. This was during a period of a few months where he was like grossly happy all the time, just walked around with a constant smile on his face. I'm glad he made this. I'm glad he found some peace.
Why am I doing this?
But, of course, it can't last. The music stops, your companion is gone, it's time to leave. The door at the top of the hill is now open as well. Again, you can't stay in the dark space for too long. You just can't. You have to keep moving. It's how you stay alive.
What the fuck is going on? The lamp!
Which is the whole point of the puzzle doors, right? That sooner or later you have to pick up and move. I really thought that was the point of it. This one gets a bit goofy.
Oh, I'm the only one here in this lecture. Why am I over here now? What the hell?
About halfway through the game, the perspective shifts.
Whoa.
And you play as the teacher. And suddenly, you discover that your teacher is just as bigoted and afraid as you are. Oh, and also you can move around the classroom now.
Oh. Oh, I can't jump up though. The lamppost! Where are those dots? They're somewhere, right? Doesn't matter what I press, does it?
I felt pretty hard for this one. I feel like it's one of the most relatable experiences that you can have. To assume that some other person is perfect and totally fulfilled in every way, and completely miss all of the little flaws that make them painfully human. I think about this game a lot these days.
I mean, yeah. There's a point.
This one took a lot longer than all the others for Coda to make. It was 4 months between this and the last one. That's twice as long as it took him to make any other game before this. And it's not like it's particularly complex, so I remember I
the
found
prison!
it a little strange at the time.
It's the fucking prison. Oh, okay. What if Coda's just the friends we made along the way? That's such a good point. Leaning against the wall, but... Oh, I didn't mean to press that. Okay. 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 Oh. Lamp! Prison!
The game ends with this eerie premonition of what's going to happen next in Coda's life. The solution to social anxiety, to fears of having to perform and having to chase success, the answer for Coda is to withdraw, to hide himself away. Which is what leads to scenarios like the stairs that slowed you down several games ago, where it just becomes harder and harder to access Coda's inner landscape because he keeps retreating. He just keeps backing away from possible connections to anyone other than himself. And to be honest, I didn't consider it very healthy when I first played this game. You know, it looked to me like he was trying to justify the idea of just disconnecting yourself from the world. And that wasn't what I wanted for him or for his games. Because I feel like a lot of his games are inviting me to connect with this person, to bring him closer. But what can you do? After this, Coda went off and took another 5 months to make a new game.
June. Mobius Trip. To play this game properly, you must keep your eyes closed. Click to begin the game. Well, I haven't done that, so... Oh, okay. What?
You should probably open your eyes if you haven't already. It's pretty much impossible to solve otherwise. And there is a solution, by the way.
Oh.
Like I said, I was getting concerned. First off, he's never been this explicit in his work about exactly what he's thinking. So where's that coming from? But then even weirder, his work has potentially stopped being an outlet for him. Not like he's having trouble iterating on ideas, but he literally just can't think of new ideas anymore. And in person, he was being a lot more distant than usual. Like, you know how sometimes a person will just deflect anything that you say in order to keep themselves disconnected all the time? It was that kind of thing. Here was the point in my relationship with Coda where I really started to wonder if he needed my help in some way. His games are going to get more desperate from here on out. After this game, it's almost 6 months before he finishes something new.
At the end of 2020, 2010s, Jesus Christ. It's the Winnie the Pooh tree from Kingdom Hearts. Oh, oops.
If the last game featured Coda talking explicitly about his creative frustrations, this one turns it up to 11. Now, put yourself in my shoes playing this. Here's a friend whose work is exhibiting signs of struggle, frustration, anxiety, depression, even. And yet, still, he keeps making games. He keeps throwing himself into the grinder even when he clearly doesn't have the energy for it anymore. Why? What is it for?
None of these have been games, though.
Because
Dude's not released
from
a
my
single
perspective
thing.
at the time and just what I knew of him, this was a result of how isolated he was. He was in his own little bubble, just sitting at his computer all day, not really showing these games to anyone, not releasing them onto the internet, and so he didn't have anyone outside of himself to connect with. He had no outlet to ground himself on.
There we go.
You can't talk yourself out of loneliness. It doesn't work that way. You can't be the one writing both the questions and the answers. Then there's no movement. Then there's no circulation. If all of your anxieties are being channeled into your work, then if the work ever fails, you have no backup and you're just going to crash.
This can't be real. How could a person have this much investment in something they never even released? It's not like where does this pressure come from? Okay. I don't like any of those answers. No, that's not alright.
Seeing this game at the time that he made it, it looked really unhealthy to me.
How could a
I was
person
watching
make
him do this to himself, and I hated it. I hated
Like,
seeing him
what?
so cracked. It's like,
What?
video games are not worth this amount of suffering. This is someone I really cared about. And I used to get so much joy out of seeing him create. For him to suddenly become angry and frustrated like this, it was the worst thing for me. I don't know. This is what I felt at the time. I don't know how else to explain it. I wanted it to stop more than anything. I had never felt so rotten. I needed more than I had ever needed anything for this to stop.
Whoa, person.
But it didn't stop. After finishing this one, Coda takes another 7 months and comes up with a new game.
I don't understand, like, the narrative of this is like, Kota's not making anything. I mean, he is, but like, he's not doing anything with it. This dude is just playing them. But like, he's not releasing it. It's a weird concept because you're not used to it. Usually games are things you put out into the world. Like, you create a game for a person to experience to create a game that only you experience, or maybe a close friend, is like a very personal thing, isn't it? Because it's an interesting concept, isn't it? Because we talk about video games like they're an art form, but it's not the same as painting, is it? Or drawing. Because when you paint something, or like you create a piece of art, like you can do that for yourself. You can hang it on your wall, you can gift it to a family member, and it means something. But I feel like we're never exposed to video games in that way. Although we say they're an art form, you play Red Dead Redemption 2 or you play God of War and you say this is a piece of art. But it's only a piece of art because it's observed by the masses. Would it, like, it's like a foreign concept almost, I guess, to me, that a video game could be a piece of art not shared with the world. That a piece of art could be just shared with a single person. You could make a whole video game and only share it with one person. It's an interesting concept. It's an interesting concept that we're not really, yeah, I don't really think about. Minecraft! Okay, that scared the fucking shit out of me. Don't do that again. Thank you for the bits.
And of course, it's the machine.
Even answer. The dots! I don't like either of these answers. Oh, I don't know about that. A stage.
So now the work is becoming self-destructive. And I'll tell you, at the time that I first played this game, shortly after he made it, here's what I'm thinking to myself. I'm thinking that Code is stuck in his own head, and that it's having a very negative effect on him, and that all he needs to do is just start showing his work to people, to get some actual feedback on his games. It might get him out of isolation. And so, as I'm thinking this, I realize that I could be the one to initiate it. Because it would never occur to Coda to start actively soliciting feedback, so what if I did it for him? If he could see the difference it would make to have more
I'm just
actual
shooting him,
conversations with other human beings, would that bring him out of his mental spiral? Would it give him confidence in himself? Would it bring meaning back into his work?
In this room again. Why am I doing this? I don't want to keep shooting it. Am I supposed to? Oh.
So I started showing Coda's work to people. I took this one, and the islands which you just played, the theater, the notes, the house cleaning game, and some of the prison escape games. I brought them to people that I knew and trusted. I asked their opinions. And the great part is that they really loved his games. You know, the point of it all was just to give him some external reference point, but they genuinely loved his work. There was nothing for him to be afraid of.
They loved it in what way though? Because it's not a good game, is it? Like, what are we saying? They're like, oh, this is like interestingly abstract, but like, what's the point? Put down your weapon. Hey for the bits. Oh.
Can you see why I felt like this was the right thing to do? Because it's the thing that I always feel like I need, to be told that my work is good, that I am good. When someone really connects with a thing that I've made, when they see themselves purely in my work, there's nothing that feels better. And I got to give that very same feeling to my friend. I did something, I really felt like I'd done something good, like I was a good person. I felt like there was a friend who was in trouble and was unhappy and maybe didn't like themselves, and I could fix it. If I could give him this gift, maybe I could fix the problem. When they told me how much they enjoyed his games, it was the best feeling. It was the absolute best feeling. It made me feel so happy. So beautifully, beautifully happy. So anyway, Coda finishes this game, and then really he just kind of takes off for a while. So this is June of 2011, and I didn't hear anything from him for several weeks, I guess. And so out of nowhere, one day I get an email, and it's got a private link to a new game of Coda's. This one is called The Tower, and to my knowledge, it's the last game that Coda ever made. So let's take a look.
Okay.
And this is where I have trouble saying anything meaningful about Coda's work. Because more than anything else, the tower just feels distant. It feels like it's trying to distance itself from the world. It's a very cold game.
It's not a game, though. None of these have been games. Alright, I'll shut the fuck up.
This room actually has a maze in it.
Oh, okay.
Except that all the walls of the maze are invisible. And then every time you touch one of the walls, there's this awful flashing and noise. So the experience is really miserable. The game goes beyond not being meant to be played. It actually seems to despise the player for trying to play it at all. But I do want to show you the rest of the levels, so when you're ready to continue, press enter and I'll put a bridge over the maze.
I don't think that was ever a real maze there. I'm still, like, pretty sure none of this is real, and this is all fictional, and that's part of the fun.
And to be fair, it's not like this is the first game that's needed some modification to be playable. Like the house cleaning game. You know, that one used to actually loop the cleaning chores and you just cleaned a house forever. I had to cut it off so that you could exit the house and the game would actually end. But that game had an idea that it was actually trying to communicate. What's the deeper idea behind the invisible maze? The only way past this challenge is to randomly guess the 6-digit code. Like the invisible maze, it's frustrating to me, because it's the opposite of everything else that Coda has made. It doesn't encourage thought or engagement. It doesn't ask anything of me, except a lot of my time. If I could have reached him during this time, then maybe I could have asked him, but I couldn't. I still don't really understand why this is here. I'll put the code on the ground for you here, though, so that we can move on.
Fuck. Oh, fucking hell. It's weird that this guy, like, in the story knows all of this stuff. It's like, oh, I just know the code. And, like, I've somehow got all of his games and I built them into one game. I don't know. This all feels way too fictional for me. I don't know if I can really buy that this is supposed to be, like, a real story.
The switch to open this door is actually on the other side of the door, meaning that it's literally impossible to solve from this side. So even if you somehow brute forced your way through the first 2 challenges and you got to this point, there's actually just no way to progress. And it's scary for me, the idea of Coda cutting himself off entirely, just saying, you know, that's it, that's the end of the conversation, not giving me any way to fix the problem. I feel like a failure, I guess, when I can't fix the problem.
This
I
game
can
is...
open this door for you, so let me do that.
This game is obviously trying to make a point. And I feel that.
Was I a failure for not understanding this game? I mean, I don't know why I would be. It's not like everything needs to have a solution, but I feel it somehow. I feel like I failed, and I don't understand why. I remember, it's June of 2011. I'm playing this for the very first time, and as I'm playing, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know this person. I have no idea who this person is. It wasn't the guy I knew, it wasn't my friend. I had come to so many conclusions from looking at all of his work up to this point, and then suddenly none of them... I had been trying to, though. That was the thing. For years I was trying to get to know him, to understand who he actually was and what he stood for. I asked him so many times to please just tell me what his games mean to him. I asked him please to tell me what the 3 dots mean. And he wouldn't. I just felt so strongly that if I could have connected with him, that if I could have somehow made his work my own, that I would finally be once and for all happy. It was that I needed to see myself in someone else. I needed to be someone other than me. But he stopped and left. And it felt somehow like I had failed.
Oh, I get it. I think I get it. I think this whole thing is... This is like one big metaphor, isn't it? That's the point, right?
I'm the reason that you stopped making games, aren't I? It's because of what I did. I poisoned it for you. I don't think I ever told you this, but when I took your work and I was showing it to people, it actually felt... It felt as though I were responsible for something important and valuable. And the people who played them, they treated me like I was important. They really listened and cared about what I had to say. Even though I was showing your work, I felt good about myself. Finally. For a moment, while I had that, I liked myself.
What?
And then you stopped, and I didn't have anything left to show people. I just had to be with myself. And as soon as that happened, there was no feeling at all. Nothing. Less than nothing. What does that mean?
Maybe this is more about the guy telling the story than it is about the guy making the games. What if it's like, what if the guy telling the story is the guy making the games? Yeah, exactly. This is weird.
I'm afraid that I did something really stupid because I don't like myself.
Here we go. It's the puzzle again. Oh, I don't like that. That wasn't very nice.
That's why I'm releasing this collection of your work, is because I haven't been able to find any other way to reach you. I've tried everything. And so a part of me has hope that if I put this compilation out into the world, and if I put my name on it, that maybe enough people will play it so that it'll find its way to you, so that I can tell you that I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. If I apologize to you truly and deeply, will you start making games again? Please, I need to feel okay with myself again. And I always felt okay as long as I had your work to see myself in. I mean, is something wrong with me? Because I know that I did an awful thing, and I'm doing it again right now. Like, I'm showing people your work, but I can't stop myself from doing it. That's how badly I need to feel something again, like I'm an addict. There has to be something wrong with me. Can I apologize? What if I tell you I was wrong? Will that work? Will that fix it? I don't know. I don't think it will, but there's nothing else that I can do. Just tell me what you want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, start making games again. Please help me. Please give me some of whatever it is that makes you complete. I want whatever that wholeness is that you just summoned out of nothing and you put into your work. You were complete in some way that I never was. I want to know how to be a good person. I want to know how not to hate myself. Please. I'm fading, and all I want is to know that I'm going to be okay.
What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Alright. This is fucking weird. I don't like this. But I also really like it.
More love, more praise, more people telling me that I'm good. Always more. It's like a disease. Solution.
Is the Monteriggioni Villa. I'm scared. Alright, what's going on?
I guess if someone had told me ahead of time that he just really enjoyed making prison games, maybe I wouldn't have thought he was so desperate. I wouldn't have told so many people that he was depressed. Maybe he just likes making prisons.
What's this though? Where are we now?
Even now, the disease is telling me to stop. Don't show people what a shitty person you are. They'll hate you.
The intro to AC Origins.
If I knew that my life depended on finding something to be driven by other than validation, what would that even be? It's strange, but the thought of not being driven by external validation is unthinkable. Like, I actually cannot conceive of what that would be like.
That is, yeah.
What now?
It is Kingdom Hearts. It's the thing. Yeah, it's the thing.
I think I need to go. And I'm sorry, because I know that I said that I would be here and I would walk you through this, but I'm starting to feel like I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot that I need to make up for. And so I'm just gonna... Okay.
What are we doing right now? I don't know what's happening. It's weird how much this game is like, I'm engaged with it. It's weird. I'm just like, what is this? Like, do I go down here? I guess I do. Do I end up in some sort of prison? Oh shit. Minecraft! Okay. Fuck off. Alright, we're back in here. What's that thing? It's the Doctor's time stream again from the beginning of the game, right? This game is just so easy, it fucking does. This game has been such a weird, like, this has been so weird, but amazing. Here we go. Is it gonna send me above? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Oh, oh no. Oh, there it is. Just a maze. Oh my god.
Turn back from this cave.
What?
You said, let me prove that I'm brave. Let me keep going. But the cave goes for miles and miles and miles. And you're so tired, but I know that you're strong. So turn back. Turn back.
Wow. That was a game.
No, still. I come in with the boys and I just fucking raid that shit.
Thank you for the raid at that moment. Thank you very much, You Love Sarah. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. I think we raided you before, didn't we? On a Final Fantasy XIV stream. I'm pretty sure we did after the end of one of those a couple weeks ago. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Whew. Yeah, you were playing 14. There it is. There it is. I'm looking forward to get back to that soon. That was a game. So we've just finished this. That was a game. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Thank you very much. We did. I thought we did. Yeah, I thought we did. Me and Elva raided you. Yeah, but yeah, we're getting back to 14 on this Saturday, so that'll be cool. But yeah, okay. So we've just finished this. That was... Blimey. That was a lot. I felt that it was... I mean, there's a couple ways I feel like you can interpret this game. I feel like part of it is somebody has... I feel like you can interpret it as a singular person, and it's a person talking about their own experience, but they see it as a different person because they've come such a long way from it. I feel like a lot of it is to do with depression, maybe even suicide at a point. That, like, I feel like there's a deep meaning to this, and you've got the lamp, which is kind of like this, almost like almost as if it's like a light at the end of the tunnel. And like the way that it was like, oh, you keep putting the lamp in my game. Like, why are you doing that? Why are you telling people, and why are you altering it? And I feel like there's this sort of like I feel like this game could be applied to so many situations, and I feel like there's no singular way of, like, talking about it. I'll read your, like, analysis or, like, theory in a minute, but I feel like I want to come to my own conclusion first. And it's sort of like, I got this feeling of, like, almost like a friend trying to help somebody that, like, killed themselves. And, like, the games are an analogy for that process of finding yourself going through something difficult, not knowing how to come out of it. A friend sort of trying to help you and trying to guide you, and in the end, not being able to. And then having to live with, could I have done better and could I have helped? That's like almost what I've taken from this. Which maybe is deeper than it means to be. But, like, that's kind of what I've taken from this. I think there's a million ways you can interpret this, and I think that's something quite there's something quite inspiring about it. About a piece of art that's like this. It almost feels like either he is himself and he overcame it. So these are my two sort of ideas. Is either he is, like, Coda is him, the narrator is him. But the narrator is him at a point in his life where he's overcome this deep depression that he eventually came out the other end of. And he didn't want to. He didn't want to overcome it. And he didn't want to come out the other end. But this new version of himself pulled him out of that dark pit that he was in to sort of begin again. Like a new life, a new chapter. Then there's the other aspect of where it's like it was a close friend to him who actually he did lose. That, like, he lost sort of a battle against depression. And ended up... And it's sort of like this how do you cope with that? Like, how do you deal with that? And maybe it's sharing that story and adding in the light at the end of the tunnel in the form of the lamppost. And the game is sort of an allegory, sort of like an analogy for that. It's like, this was his journey that he went on, and he lost to that. And this narrator who's trying to guide others and be like, look, there is actually a light at the end of the tunnel, by adding in the lamppost and altering the game. And being like, look, he lost his battle against this, and he ended up, like, we lost him. But there is actually another path you can take, and that's through, you know, using the lamppost as like a signal for that, almost. And I think that's where I'm at with it. That's almost what I took for it. But let me read what you guys have said, because I'd like to know what you guys think, because this is very interesting. I don't think Coda's real. I think Coda represents the artistic part of the developer. He wants to create games for the sake of creation. He wants to make for himself. Then you have Davey, who is trying to create for an audience. To me, the game is a man trying to work through his own issues, learning how he killed his own passion for games design, and trying to implement ways to make it accessible to an audience. Davey hasn't made a game since, and I think he ultimately failed to re-inspire himself. That's interesting. That is actually a really interesting way of looking at it. And I think it's a beautiful way of saying goodbye to his own love for game design, that the media consumption part of the art industry killed the artistry and creative mind behind it. That makes a lot of sense too. That makes a lot of sense as well. That actually makes so much sense. Oh, wow. This game, man. My theory was that... Oh, shit. Sorry. Accidentally tabbed out. I didn't want to tab out because I liked the background ambience. My theory was that Coda was a friend of the narrator who was autistic and dedicated a lot of his life to making his games to the point it became an obsession. He just then starts using it as a form of express his feelings and thoughts into a game. Like, talking about how lonely he feels and shit. And, like, only his real friend who is always there for him is in his games that he makes. Basically, the games become so personal to Coda that he becomes more a game to him. More than a game to him, it's his diary. It's his thoughts displayed in an art form. It's crazy that a game like this can have so many meanings, and I like that they don't present the meaning to you. Because it's very much... I feel like the narrator, Coda, and even the audience in the game world are parts of Davey, his own internal struggles, made art. That does make a lot of sense. But I think I do feel the way that I feel about it translates quite well. Even if it wasn't the intention of the art, I feel like I get that from it. The sort of struggle against depression and your own personal struggle. Maybe losing that battle, maybe winning that battle, and the two sides of that displayed in game format. Like, you translate that battle against depression into video game design. That's almost how it feels to me. And it could be a lot more personal to Davey, but that was so good. Like, so good. I really resonated with the whole aspect of creating for an audience. Like, trying to please people. Like, how do you create for people rather than creating for yourself? That was really quite... I don't know, I feel like that... I connect with that quite a bit. Because you create things and you try your best. And then as soon as people consume it, they have an opinion. And that opinion is obviously going to be applied to the next time you try and tackle it. And you don't know... You don't know where that opinion stops and your artistry starts. Because you start to sort of... You're like, well, how much of myself do I put into this? And how much of other people do I try and put into this too? Yeah. Because if I made that Witcher 3 retrospective and kept it to myself, like, that could have been very special to me. And I think it would have remained as such. I think it would have been even more special if I'd have made that for just myself. Because I used to do that when I was a kid. I used to make things and I would just share it with my mum or my dad. And that was it. And then I started putting it online because I was quite proud of stuff. And I wanted to share it. But then when you begin to share it and you share it with a large audience, people start to have opinions on it. And they start to influence the way you create things moving on. They say, oh, you shouldn't have done that joke there. I don't know about that edit. I don't think you should use that piece of music. I don't really like that you've got an intro on this. You probably should have put a spoiler warning. Maybe if you put timestamps in the description, maybe if you're a bit less rambly, you should probably write this into a script. You get all of these different opinions, and you take them on board because you care deeply about the thing you make. The people who leave those comments don't. But you think they do, because you care. So, when you make something, that matters a lot to you. If you're a true creator, those things you make, they matter a lot to you. And so when someone leaves a comment, it could be flippant, and they could never watch another thing you ever make. But it leaves a mark on you, because you think, I want this thing to be the best thing it can be, because it matters so much to you. And so you reflect on those things that people say to you, and you try to implement it into something you make in the future, because you think that what they're saying is as important to the piece that you've made as it is to you. And I think that really feels quite personal, actually. Riven tells you to become noticeable to your audience. The people make it into jokes. That's a classic Jamesism. Now you're immediately conscious of that. Yeah, exactly. Like black screen puns. And then, like, black screen pun doesn't make sense. But that's the one comment that I got that sticks with me. And whenever I make jokes in videos, I struggle to cut to black when I make the joke. I will leave something on screen because of that one time someone told me they didn't like it. And that's actually stuck with me for years. And I do that with every video I make. If I make a joke and it cuts to black, I try and have something on screen because of that one time someone told me it wasn't funny. It's weird, isn't it? It's really weird. It's really strange. And do I think it's better? Maybe. I think I prefer it to the black screens. But sometimes black screens work. Maybe just not every 5 seconds. I don't know. Taxes are overrated. You are right, taxes are overrated. Don't pay them. This has actually been so... This is so good. If code was real, would you want to befriend them? Probably, actually. It's weird I've come out the other end of this. I'm like, actually, I get it. I really resonate with them, actually. Even if they're not real. I feel that sense of, like... Oh, it's weird. It's all subjective, though, which is what's interesting. Like, anything can be art. It can be seen in a lot of different ways. And in, like, ways where people ask or say what could have been different, just the same as a random video. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Just as I don't think it matters whether or not Coda's games are real, or if they're a medium for Davey to show his journey. Davey seems like the kind of dude to have made these games when he was learning as a developer, but he also fully could have created all of these games as a way of showing his battle between the artist and the marketer. It's very true. I like not knowing, though. I think that's kind of part of what makes it. Oh shit, I didn't mean to click off. Fuck, I did it twice. I think that's part of what makes it so compelling, is that whole aspect of not knowing what the meaning is behind it. You can kind of connect to it on a way that you're supposed to connect to art. There's too many, like, things these days that come out where the artist has to come out and explain it all. And I like that you don't know the meaning behind this. You connect with it in the way you're supposed to connect with it. In, like, the way that means the most to you. And that's the way you're supposed to connect to things. Honestly, this has actually been really good. Like, personally. This has made me feel things and connect to things like I never really thought about before. And it makes you feel like, especially as a creator myself, I'm like, maybe I just create things however I feel is right. And if people connect with those, they connect with them. And if they don't, they don't. And it's not up to me to make it so that people can. It's up to the people to feel a connection to the thing you make. And I also adore how the only way for him to explain why he's not creating anymore is to create a game. People love the Stanley Parable, and I bet he had so much attention thrust upon him as a creator to do that again. And in response, he's created a game about why he doesn't want to create games anymore, and how that passion died. Yeah, exactly. It's It definitely is, yeah. There's so many elements to this that can connect to anyone's life, I feel. And I feel it doesn't just have to be about video game creation. It doesn't have to be about like making movies or shows or YouTube videos or art, like drawings or paintings. It can be about life in general and the direction you take yourself and how that can make you feel and how you can express yourself and how others can get involved. And there's so much to this that like can be applied to, I think, anyone's life, honestly. I think the way this game was made in such a way that it conveys their mindset and it conveys his perspective and where he's at, and it conveys like how he feels. But I think it also is made in such a way that it connects directly to like people's just emotions, like in regular life, in a bunch of different scenarios. And I think that's quite interesting. I think this type of interpretation is best because it makes the piece of art personal to each and every person seeing it. Poems, for example, are intended to mean one thing by the poet, but can also be seen with different meanings and exclusive to the person. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and I feel like this game is exactly that, yeah. But then also in compiling this journey into a game, I wonder if he did anything for audience accessibility. I wonder if he always wanted to do a voiceover for it, or if that was so people could understand what he was trying to say. Yeah, exactly. The email wasn't real, so the final letter was just to us. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, what if he didn't actually even want to do a voiceover originally? What if he just wanted to make it this walk through these games and you'd have to piece it together if you felt like it? Like, maybe there were bits of this game that were compromised because he thought, well, someone's going to be seeing this. They've got to be able to understand it, right? So I need to put this in, or I need to put that in, or I need to change this. And like that also changed the way he built the game. And that changed the way that like he felt as well. He's like, I can't believe I'm doing this. Like, this is so good. Okay. I'm getting Tyler to play this. When he's in the UK, I'm gonna say to Tyler, I've got a game for you to play, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is. And that is immediately Tyler. Like, I know Tyler. If I say that to him, he's gonna be like, oh, this is gonna be fun, because I'm not gonna tell him what we're playing. And he's gonna be like, oh, okay, James has got a plan. He loves when I have a plan, because I never have a plan. So if I have a plan, Tyler will be like, oh, this is gonna be fun, because I'm the one like giving him the thing. So he's immediately gonna be into it. And what I'll do is I won't tell him what's happening, and I will just, but you'll all know, because I'll name the stream something like Tyler plays, I don't know, I'll think of something, I'll think of a title, and then I will, we'll start the stream, and I will just let Tyler sit here and play the game, and I will just sit in the background. I won't say anything. I'll just let him give his thoughts as he plays the game, as he experiences it. And you can all just watch him see whatever he thinks. And I think it'll be really fucking fun. It'll be really fun to see what Tyler thinks of the beginner's guide. I think he'll be like, wow, this is like one of the best games I've played. I genuinely think he will. Because Tyler is very much like an emotional person. I feel like he connects very well with himself and he connects very well with other people. And I feel like this will be a game where I'll be like, wow, I didn't know video games could do this. Because I feel like, you know, Tyler plays a game like God of War, Red Dead 2, and he's like... And I think he's like, wow, I didn't know a game could be this good. But I think if he plays this, I think he'll start off the same way I did. Where I'll be like, oh, this is fucking weird. What a fucking weirdo. But I think he'll get to the end and he'll feel the same way that I did. Where he's like, wow, this is like a lot. And I think I'll preface with him. I don't know, because I think if I tell Tyler, oh, I've got this game for you to play, I think he might go into it thinking, oh, this will be a funny stream. But I think I'll go in and say, look, I've got this game for you to play. I want you to experience it. It's not funny. but I think you should experience it. And I think I want everyone to watch you experience it. And I won't tell him any more than that. And we'll see what he says. I think it'll be the best stream ever to watch that. I think everyone should play this game. I think everybody should play this game. This is so good. Yeah, I think Tyler will connect with it. I do. Isn't it free? No, it's $6.99. So I had to pay $6.99 for it. But I'm glad that I did. Because it's very good. So it's very good. Wow. Oops. And I think it's quite cool that this stream only has a few people here. I quite like that. Because this was quite personal. I think this was the perfect time to do it. It was sort of the perfect amount of people here. This was a really sort of, yeah, just like interesting, unique experience. And I think this goes to show like what you can do with the video games. Because I think if you tell this exact same story through the medium of television or movie or video, it doesn't really hit the same. I think part of what makes this game so, like, work so well is that it's a video game. And you're playing it, and you're walking through these environments, and that you're moving the camera and you're clicking when you need to click. It's quite... This story could only resonate with you, I think, if it's told in video game format. It feels personal. It feels like you're walking through this person's mind. Delete the VOD? Nah, I won't delete the VOD. I'll keep it up. People might want to watch this. But, this was really something. I'm glad I played this. Especially now. I think this was the perfect time for me to play it. This, like, has actually really, like, yeah, done something for me. In a time when I sort of felt a bit uncertain, I guess. A bit conflicted, a bit, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the title is a lamppost. It's an endpoint to his journey as a game designer, and also it's artificially added into his games. So they have concrete endings. It's like he's sabotaging his own art. Fucking title screen, yeah. You ever played the little Nightmares games? Not related to the style and storytelling, but they're amazing. I've seen someone, I did watch someone play them. And they looked fun, to be fair. They did look fun. I might play them at some point. They did look fun. Was the lamppost there before? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it was there before you finished the game. I think it was only there at the end. Because I think it was completely black before. And then at the end, the lamppost is there. I mean, again, that to me resonates as like a depression, suicide thing. Like, even though, like, yeah, you've all explained, like, the idea of game design, and, like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But I don't know, that makes sense to me. Like, the idea that like, you know, to go through something difficult and to come out the other end, and for, like, you not to want people to try and help you or change that path that you're on, but they do it anyway, and at the end there is that lamp, and there is that light. I don't know. It makes sense to me. Hello, Dylan. Man. I will be interested to see. And when Tyler plays this, don't anyone give him, like, suggestions as to, like, what conclusion he should draw. Because I want to see his conclusion. I want to see where Tyler concludes by the end of this. I would love to see where his mind goes. Because I think it would be really interesting to see where he ends up. Can I ask him to do 360? You can ask him to do 360. I'll be streaming a lot next week because it's going to be my spring break and I'll be able to watch every stream. Well, I probably will, because I got nothing else to do. And it's my only way to connect with you now after I deleted the Discord server. So I probably will be streaming a lot more. I got Final Fantasy 4 to do. I got Final Fantasy 14 to do. I got Elden Ring to do. So I'll be streaming Saturday and Sunday. Saturday is Final Fantasy 14. Sunday is Elden Ring. And then I get back to Final Fantasy 4 in the week. I know Elva's streaming tomorrow though, I think. So yeah, I'm sorry about what happened to Discord. I am sorry for anybody here that was on Discord. I am sorry about that. But I think ultimately the conclusion we've come to is that it had to be done. We're considering it for a while, and it had to be done, but we'll be back. We'll bring it back. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll be back. We'll be back. We're not gone. We're not gone at all, but we will be back in some form. We'll bring it back, and we'll be good. Especially because, like, As Always has a whole Discord thing, so we'll be fine. We'll be fine in the end. We just had to reboot because I think. Let me switch over. Let me switch back onto. I'll close beginner's guide. But yeah, I think with the Discord, what sort of happened was we built the Discord in 2017. And I guess we sort of built it on the back of like where we were in 2017. And we tried to run it the exact same way for 5 years. And where we're at now is not where we were in 2017. And trying to run the Discord server the exact same way was hurting us too much, definitely. And hurting our members, I think, in the long run. So we'll be back. We'll be back with something new in some sort of form. I'm gonna, like, me, Tyler, Ethan, and George will all talk to each other. We've been talking to each other over the weekend. We've been sort of like, you know, just helping each other along. And we'll come to a conclusion and we'll figure it out. I was busy literally touching grass. I'm not gonna lie, it feels really good to touch grass. Like, you know that summer feeling of when, like, the sun is just setting, but it's still warm enough that, like, you can be outside and you're in a field and you, like, run your hand through some grass. It feels really good. I just thought I'd say that. It does. I don't know if you know what I mean. It reminds me of being like 14 and being like out with friends. So, you know, it just feels good. It just feels really good. So, you know, I think Discord could be, I don't know. We've had several ideas, and we'll definitely be, like, figuring something out. But I think the main idea is to keep it a bit more, I don't know. Something that killed us last time, I think, is the fact that people felt a bit too, I don't know. The thing that I've been saying is, if someone came into my stream chat and told me how to run my stream, I think it's pretty reasonable we'd ban them, right? If someone showed up on one of my YouTube videos and told me, actually, I think you should be doing this with your videos, like, your videos are too biased, like, or actually be a bit more unbiased, like, You know, maybe you should be a bit less like opinionated. Like, I would tell them to fuck off and I would ban them. And so I think with Discord, the same thing should apply. I don't think we should be having everybody's input as to where the server goes. And that's not because I'm saying everyone's input is irrelevant. It's because you then, if you open up to that, you then get, what is it, 50, 100 people, all with varying opinions. You can't please everyone. You just can't. And who do you listen to then? You get 50 to 100 opinions, all of which are different. And who do you listen to? You can't listen to one person because then you're neglecting someone else. You can't listen to them because you're neglecting someone else. And so I think, and I look at people that I look up to in the space that I work in. I look at people like, I'm trying to think, like who do I watch that I like that have Discord servers. You look at someone like, I don't know, Sarah Key. I'm just looking at who's live. Sarah Key, for example. I look at her. Would she deal with this drama? Not a fucking chance. Her mods would ban anyone that even attempted it. And I think the issue is, to an extent, we allowed that sort of, I don't know, I guess everybody owns the server. But when you have hundreds and hundreds of people, there's no, like, as a single human being, there's no way of me going through that. And I definitely take opinions on board. Like, if someone says something, I'm like, I will take that on board and we'll consider it. But it's when people start making demands that it becomes like, okay, this isn't your server though. Like, to an extent, you kind of got to get on with it or leave. Because, you know, I can't imagine, like, again, let's use Sarah Key as an example. Imagine I went into Sarah Key's server and started making demands. You should have this channel. You shouldn't have banned this person. You should probably do this. You should let me do that. I should be able to say this. What the fuck do you mean that's not an okay joke to make? Like, it's up to her. It's not up to me. It's up to the person who owns the server. And that's the way I view it. Like, we had a big issue in 2017 where people would go into Luma's chat and start being like, oh, 4 Pillars would allow this. Yeah, like, you know, there'd be people go into Luma's chat and be like, 4 Pillars would let us say that. 4 Pillars would let us do this. And it's like, but this is Luma's chat. Luma decides, guys. Like, in Luma's community, he decides what's okay. He decides what you can say. He decides who gets banned. It's Luma's fucking decision. And so I think there was a problem. Probably it was what I loved about the community is what made it so difficult as well. Because I absolutely loved chatting with everyone. I love talking to all of you. I love having a conversation with all of you about whatever it might be, whether it be gaming, Marvel, MCU, DC, Batman, fucking Assassin's Creed, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, God of War, Red Dead, like whatever it might be. I loved it. Doctor Who, talking to you about these things, I loved that aspect of it. But by allowing that, I also allowed people to feel like they owned the server as much as I did. And so whenever I made a decision, I had 50 people telling me I was wrong, but for different reasons. And when you're one human being, it's so difficult because you're like, oh no, like, I can't please this person because that will upset this person. And if I appease this person, it'll upset this person. And I'm like, I can't do all of that. So I just have to run my community the way I see fit. And like, people just have to be like on board with me, or they just have to leave, like, because I can't do all of it. So it was just very difficult for me. It's so funny with this music. I think it's good background music. But yeah, so I think when we reboot, we need to look at like in a different direction of like how we want to run things. But I don't think we want to lose that sense of community. Because I mean, even before we had a Discord, we had a community. Everyone would convene on Horsey and Fox streams in 2016. And we'd all chat and have a good time. And then we'd all go our separate ways. And the next Horsey and Fox stream, everyone would show up again. We'd all have a good chat. Then, like, you know, during the week, I'd stream Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Then I'd raid Ethan, who was streaming Skyrim. Then he'd raid George, who was streaming Black Flag. And, like, it was just really good vibes. And, like, we'd all send everyone around to each other. It was good. And then when streams were over, everyone would go their separate ways. And it'd be cool. And I think with Discord, we tried to run it the same way Stream Chats worked in 2017. But obviously, we have hundreds more people now than we have. I mean, let's be honest. We have thousands more people in our community at large than we had in 2017. Like, in 2017, I had 20k, Ethan had 10k, George had 5k, Tyler had 5k. Like, it's, you know, we had... Between us, we didn't even have 100,000 people watching our videos. So it was... Yeah. It was... It's a different thing. And running this shit is so difficult. And you literally have, like, pockets of communities. Like, the people that showed up to streams... crossed over a bit with Discord, that crossed over a bit with YouTube, but there were so many different people all over the place. And then, like, you'd see people on Twitter that I don't see on Discord, that I also don't see on videos, but I don't see them on Twitter, and I do sometimes see them on streams. And you're trying, so many different people. And it's just like, how do I deal with this? How do I deal with this? How do I deal with this? And then when people have personal problems, it's like, shit, this is in my space. They have personal problems with people in my space, but... I don't have a problem, but, like, they have a problem. So, like, do I deal with this? But, like, other people don't have a problem, but then some people do, and, like, they have problems with other people, and it's like, what do I do? Like, I don't know. I just wanted to make a space where people could talk to each other. I didn't want people to have drama with one another. And it made it really difficult, and that's just why I decided, right, this is it. I'm getting rid of it, and we're starting again, because I've wanted to for months now, and as Pillars we've talked about, and I think I just needed this moment of, like, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to bite the bullet. I'm going to delete the server. And then we're going to start again, because it's driving me insane. It's been difficult to manage, and it's felt weird. And there definitely needs to be boundaries drawn, for sure. And I think one of the main things was someone, like, demanding things of me last stream. And also off stream as well. It made me realize, whoa, these people feel a bit too comfortable with me. And as much as I absolutely love you all, like, we don't know each other. We're not friends. Like, that's a boundary that needs to exist. And, you know... Do I appreciate you? Do we get on well? Can we chat? 100%. But we don't know each other and we're not friends. And I think that boundary needs to be made. Mainly because people feel a bit too comfortable to be able to put pressure on me. Like, people that I don't know feel they're able to put pressure on me and back me into a corner. And that made me feel really uncomfortable. Because, like, I don't know you, and you're demanding things of me. It made me feel really, really weird. I didn't like it. And it was difficult, because I actually cared about the person too. And that's what's so difficult, because I see everyone as an individual, and it's very difficult for me. Because I'm like, I try to make generalizations, but then I see everyone as an individual, and someone's demanding things of me, and I'm like, fuck, I know you feel very personally about this, but we don't know each other, we're not friends, you can't demand things of me, otherwise it affects me. And it was strange. And I think as well, getting the there was a tweet I got, and like, don't get me wrong, 99.9% of the tweets I got as a reply to my initial tweet about deleting the server were the most lovely like tweets. It made me feel so much better. You don't understand how much all of those lovely messages like really meant a lot to me. Whether it was a reply to my tweet, whether it was a direct message on Twitter, whether it was a direct message on Discord, whether it was a direct message on Instagram, it made me feel really nice. And even if it was just gaming, it made me feel good, because it was like this connection of like, yeah, you know, we've got a connection. You get it. Gaming, you get it. There was one that was quite condescending, and I have this problem of assuming anyone else but me knows better than me. It's a weird thing that I have a problem with, is I assume if someone says something, they're saying it because they know better than I do. Which isn't always true, but it's, I think, just something that was like, I guess, instilled in me by mistake. Was like this idea that everyone else knows better than me. I'm never the one that knows the most. Everyone else is always above me in some way. And it was just this one condescending tweet that was like talking about, you know, hopefully you grow from this, hopefully you become like a better leader, because, you know, you can't only be a community leader when it's convenient to you. And it was like, dude, it's a Discord, bro. And that was like my favorite ratio I've ever seen. The person who left the condescending tweet got 8 likes. The ratio that's like, someone replied to them and said, it's just a Discord. They got 61 likes. You know? It's like, that to me is like, the one that got 61 likes, they're living in the real world, you know? Because Discord is just a chat room. If something's affecting my mental health to the point where I have to delete the whole server, I think we should be worrying a bit more about my mental health than the drama, you know? Because that was like, clearly I was upset, you know? Clearly I was upset and not feeling well and really not mentally okay at the time when I did it. Obviously, I wasn't. It got to me. The pressure all got to me. It was tough, which obviously it's going to be. When you have so many people saying different things, it got to me. And so that comment was like very condescending. You don't know me. And it was a bit like, okay, bro, like, what? Like, what are you trying to say? Why are you saying this to me? You don't know me. Like, you know? You're being very patronizing to me right now. And it was weird. Because, like, why should the Discord matter more than my own mental health? Should I push myself to the point where I'm so depressed that I don't know. Like, what? Like, how far should I push myself? Like, he has no idea. Like, that's crazy to say that everyone else's drama and personal issues with each other matters more. I should focus on that more than my own mental health. Like, I noticed how much it was affecting me, and I had to remove that from my life because it was so tough. It was just really getting to me, and it's been very rough the past few days. And the main reason being because I guess the way that we had the Discord was that everyone could present, and it's not a problem in of itself, but it was a problem for me, was that every time I would open Discord, I'd go onto community chat or I'd go onto whatever, and I would see people saying things that made me feel bad about myself. And I needed that gone. I said to Elva after I finished stream, I was like, I feel so much better now I've deleted the Discord, because I don't have people that I don't know on my phone constantly telling me why I'm wrong. And I don't have people on my PC constantly, whenever I'm at my PC editing, on a separate tab, telling me what I've done wrong, with absolutely no understanding of what it's like to be in my position. And I just think that there's a certain point where criticism, yes, is valid. But there's also a point where it's like, if I didn't ask, please don't give it to me. You know? Like, I think if someone gave me... Like, if someone went onto my AC Revelations retrospective and was telling me, you shouldn't have done this here, why did you do this edit, why did you clip this, why did you do this joke, I think we'd all be of the mindset, that's kind of mental. Like, don't do that. Why are you doing that? He didn't ask you for that. You know what I mean? And it's sort of like, why should that carry over to Discord? Like, if I didn't ask you for criticism, if I didn't ask you for feedback, please don't give it to me, because it weighs heavily on me. Because I care. And so, when I get 50 people all giving me criticism that I didn't ask for, it upsets me. And I feel upset because I want to do right by everyone in my community. And it just makes me feel bad about myself, because I wish I could have done better for everyone. But I can only make one decision. And that one decision is never going to be everyone's choice, I guess. Sorry, let me read some stuff. Something as well, no offense to the people who were deeply upset over it. It's understandable, but sometimes I do just think when I see people saying how they can't talk to friends anymore and shit like that, especially over the Combro server after the deletion, I think it's just a chat room. Though, yeah, you've developed relationships with these people, they're just messages. Yeah, you can message them privately, and I do feel for those people, I do, because I also miss it as well. I miss being able to hop into community chat and just bring up a topic and have a chat with a bunch of people. I do miss that, and we'll bring it back. But in a new way, I guess. I'm sorry to having you, James, for the amazing work you do, definitely. You know, just for the bushes having you past 3 weeks. I appreciate that, Nick. I really do. You've been a big supporter. I do appreciate you, man. The background music is really, is really good. I love it. Also, exactly what someone said. If you're upset over the deleting of the Discord, it's trying to focus on yourself. Exactly. It's just a Discord. It's just a Discord at the end of the day. And if you don't, I guess if you don't have a life outside of the Discord, it's time to discover one. Because as much as I love that the Discord was a place for people that didn't feel like they had a place, you do, like, it can't be a permanent place. You do need a place in real life, in your real life, to be ultimately healthy and happy. And I want the Discord to be a place that you can find meaning in, and I want you to be able to discover that and use that as almost like a springboard to something else. Because you know, you do need that. You need that in your life. I'm going to play a woman now because people are complaining about the background music. I'm going to play a woman. Ultimately, you can't please everyone. And there's so many egos involved that thought they were cast iron right, that there could be no compromise. Just like everyone was angry all the time. Exactly. And I think it's strange to me that people that weren't in the Discord anymore were demanding things change. That's wild to me. That people like Amir that weren't in the Discord anymore for valid reasons. And also, the reason doesn't matter because it's my Discord. It's like if I ban someone from the chat right now, it doesn't matter because it's my Twitch. I can ban whoever I want to ban, you know? It's not, you know, the Houses of fucking Parliament in Westminster. It's not the White House in Washington, D.C. It's a fucking Discord server. And the idea that Amir was demanding we ban people, demanding we change this, demanding we change that, despite not being in our server and never coming back, was crazy to me. I cannot imagine me demanding the AC Reddit Discord, or the AC Community Discord, or the Sisterhood Discord change because I don't like it. Guess what? I'm not in the fucking Discord. I'm not there anymore. I don't have a say. My say's irrelevant. That's so silly. Why would I be making demands about the fucking Sisterhood Discord? I'm not in it. Crazy. And it's mad. Because Amir also left. We didn't ban him. Amir left. After he left, he made a Twitter post calling us all bullies. Then we banned him. Because that's snake behaviour. You don't do that to your mates. You know? That's not okay. Imagine if Tyler left the Pillars group chat, then made a tweet going, I don't like it because Ethan made this comment about me that was really mean. Wouldn't be friends with Tyler anymore, would I? Because that isn't okay to do to your mates. And so, it's wild. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy. Ian said that Tyler is a bit closed-minded for writing off an entire group of people. This is bullying. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, it's been really weird. But I think it's like shown me like the people that live in the real world and the people that live on Twitter. And the people that live on Twitter, I do not need around me. The people that get a kick out of being a mod, for example. If you get a kick out of being a Discord mod, or you get a kick out of being a Twitch mod, you're not going to be a mod for me ever again. Because that's not, like, no. No. You're not going to be around me either. Because that's insane. You do not live in a real world. Like, being a Twitch mod, being a Discord mod, it means nothing. I appreciate you if you do it, but it doesn't mean a fucking thing. It's crazy. And it's entitlement to your time. It's entitlement to your opinions. It's entitlement to your apologies. Like, this is the thing that I said is, when the joke about Zack Snyder came up, I was like, was that a bad joke? Probably, yeah. I wouldn't make it now. Not at all. But I'm not going to apologize for it unless the person who was the target of the joke asks me to. If Zack Snyder says to me, I really didn't like this, please apologize, I would apologize to him in a fucking heartbeat. Because he's the only one that should have offended. I'm not going to apologize to someone that watched Batman vs Superman once. You know? If those people ask me to apologize, it wasn't about you. I'm not going to apologize to you. You know? I'm certainly not going to apologize to Amir, who says the N-word continuously. But it's weird. It's the same as if, if I joked around. It's the exact same as when I joke around with Elva and we're having a bit of banter here and there and I'll insult her, she'll insult me, and I get a comment that says, like, you should really treat her better. What the fuck is this? Like, should I apologize to you in the comment section of my video? Or should I apologize to my girlfriend when she says that it's too far? Like, if she doesn't like the joke, I'll apologize to her if she asks me to. If she says, I didn't really like that, I'll say to her, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. But if you take offense to something I've said to somebody else on their behalf, you can get fucked. Because that's ridiculous. That's so stupid. And that's exactly the same as, things that are happening. It's weird. And that's the same thing that someone was doing to me. I'm not going to name names because I don't want to start a fucking witch hunt. Because I don't care about that. But it was the same thing someone was saying to me on the stream. They were basically demanding I apologize to them for something that I may or may not have done to somebody else. You know? Like, what happened with Hamid, I dealt with the victim of that. Victim. It's a bit nuanced. But the person who Hamid sent that stuff to, I dealt with them directly. And I said over and over again, if there's anything we can do, let me know. I think, I thought they were underreacting because they were like, oh, it didn't really bother me too much. It's like, whatever. I was like, look, if you're playing this off, let me know. Because that's not okay. Like, you've got to let me know. And then someone else comes to me in chat and it's like, I've actually been talking to the victim and they're actually really not happy. So what are you going to do about that? I'm like, bro, I could only do what they wanted me to do. They've actually been messaging me during the stream and saying, I'm so sorry for what this person is doing. I haven't asked them to do this. They've said that to me. And I was like, I don't know what to say now. Because the actual victim of the thing was telling me, this has gotten so out of hand. I'm really sorry. I don't know why the fuck they're doing this to you. And the person in chat was like, right, you need to fucking apologize for this. You made the wrong decision. I can't believe you made the wrong decision. Like, who are you? I didn't ask. This is between me and the person who's been on the receiving end of this, and the person who's at fault. When you look at something like Ubisoft, people are comparing us to Ubisoft. You look at Ubisoft. What was the main issue there? The reason it became public is because Ubisoft failed to deal with it internally. If they'd have fired all of the people who were offenders, if they'd have like dealt with that situation, fucking stamped it out, it would never have become public because it would not have needed to be public. The only reason it ever became public with Ubisoft is because Ubisoft failed to deal with the situation. Now, did we fail to deal with the Hamid situation? Absolutely not. Because we banned him, we unmodded him, he was gone because of what he did. Was it as bad as Ubisoft? No, not at all. But we still got rid of him because it's what had to be done. It did not need to be public because we dealt with it internally. We got rid of the person causing the problems. We spoke to the person who was the victim of the problem and we dealt with it. The only reason something's going to ever become public is to put pressure on the people to deal with the situation. We dealt with the situation though. So why should it ever have become public? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The only reason you would ever make it public is because you want to be seen as the good guy in a situation, because you want to be seen as the hero, you want to be seen as the person controlling a bad situation, and we don't care about that because we're living in the real world. Like me, Tyler, George, Ethan, we do not care about that. If you're a fucking mod of some other server that cares about being seen, about being like, oh, we dealt with this situation, you're a loser. You're a loser. Because what matters actually is the victim. What matters is how do they feel? Why are you flaunting what they're telling you in private chats to me in a fucking Twitch chat with 200 people? What's that about? The fuck's that about? That's crazy to me. The fact that everything I dealt with them was entirely private because I give a fucking shit about them. But then you've got someone in my Twitch chat being like, oh, actually, I've spoke to the victim and they feel this, they feel that. 200 people watching that? What the fuck are you doing flaunting that publicly? It's about this person. Show them some goddamn respect. Just because you want to feel like the good guy? What the fuck's that about? And then you're going to put me down so you can feel better about yourself? Absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that happened. I cannot believe that happened. That pissed me off so much. It was so strange to me that that happened. Just absolutely wild. Oh my god. Let me read some of these chats. I see mod for someone on Discord or Twitch is literally just being an internet janitor. You're just being there to keep the fuckwits out of the chat and also enforce rules that are most common sense anyway. Doesn't mean that I have no respect for mods. It just means they're literally a mod who, to my understanding, clean up the chat. Exactly. That's what a mod is. And I think recently we made mods a bit more. I mean, it's very difficult to run a Discord server, and we needed mods to do that for us. But any major decisions we made recently for the past 4 months. Me, Tyler, Ethan, George, we made the decisions. We just made the mods do it for us because they wanted to. They cared about the server, and then they're like, well, they'd be like, oh, we want to do this chat. Is that okay? I'd be like, yep, that's cool. Do the chat. And that was really it. So like they run it for us, but we make the decisions. Is sort of where we're at with it, and that's what we wanted to do moving forward. But yeah, modding gets glorified weirdly. And if modding ever goes to your head as a mod, you should not be a mod because it's mental. Like me and Tyler talked about this a couple weeks ago when we were thinking about who should be a mod and who shouldn't be a mod, and it was a bit of a difficult discussion to have. But it was this discussion of like, if being a mod goes to your head where like you think you're above people, you should not be a mod because it's just a fucking chat room. You need a fucking reality check. And that's what we wanted from our mods. And before unmodding people, we went to mods that we had specific issues with. And I won't say who because it's unnecessary, but me, Tyler, Ethan, George, not George so much because he doesn't really do a lot, but that's fine. He's the one that just shows up and is really funny. But we went to like a bunch of mods, and we spoke to them directly. We're like, we don't like this attitude. We don't like the way you've been dealing with this. We don't like the way you've been talking to particular members, because we wanted to iron that out. And obviously people don't know about that because we don't tell anyone. It just happens. But we wanted to make sure that we were good on terms with our mods, because we didn't like some of the behavior we were seeing. And we talked to a few people, pretty much every mod, to be fair. There was only a few that weren't spoken to. We pretty much spoke to everyone, and then there was like one person that was let go, because they just didn't work. The last thing I used as an example was me saying a really dumb joke. It's been more obvious on my part, but I didn't want to admit it because it would potentially ruin their whole argument. What was that? I don't even know what that is. The mods don't get paid, no. Although, if I ever got big enough where I could afford to, I would love to pay my mods because they do a lot for me. Same trope as those who want to be a leader should never be a leader. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the thing, is like, I never got into this to be a leader. That's not what I want. And part of that is why I deleted the Discord, because I felt like that and I didn't like it. I don't want to be that. I just want to be a content creator, and I want to give people a space to talk to each other. I do want that. I want that sense of like community hub. But I don't want to feel like I'm leading people. I don't like that. I'm just, like, if you don't know me, like, I speak quite well on videos and on streams. I like to think I do anyway. But if you meet me in real life, I'm so shy. I am so introverted. I like, if you met me at the meetup, it took me a while to, like, feel comfortable. I was very quiet because I don't like being around people like that. I felt very uncomfortable and very anxious, and I remember Sheps talking to me, and he like made me feel a lot more comfortable, because Sheps was like, look dude, these people are here for you, they really like you, you shouldn't feel anxious. And I was like, you're so right, but I feel it anyway. And it was so much, and I couldn't do it, and I tried, and I spoke to people, and I felt bad because people were here for me. And they were here for all of us. They were here for all the pillars, not just me. But, like, a lot of people watch my stuff and they wanted to be, like, talk to me. And I didn't feel that confidence because, I mean, I was bullied a lot through school. And I was made to feel that, like, I was made to feel like my opinion meant nothing. And I spoke about this on Clubhouse before. Is that, like, it took me a while to overcome that and realize that people do care about me. You know, and I think if I was to do a community meetup now, I'd be a lot more confident in myself. But back in 2019, I was not. I was very much just coming out of that phase of feeling like nothing. Like, you know, not feeling important. And so... yeah, I was bullied, Dylan. I was bullied. You're about to be bullied in a minute. You should know. 4 Pillars are all about that. So we're about to bully you. I don't want to say it was an argument, but they did a lot. That's really weird. That's weird. Yeah, Sheps is really chill. Sheps is a good guy. Eddie and Sheps are both really good. Eddie messaged me yesterday, immediately after everything happened. He was like, none of this drama matters. I just want to know that you're okay. And it was just really nice to get that message, because I was going through a lot. It was just really nice to have that from Eddie, and Eddie's always been that. Like, I've known Eddie for, how long's it been now? 8 years? I've known Eddie for no, more than that. Like, probably 10 years. I've known Eddie for like 10 years now. And he's always been just a fucking, just good mate. Eddie's a really good guy. And Sheps as well. They're both really, really good. And I think it's crazy that people think Eddie and Sheps are not on our side and are not with us, because they 100% are with us. They just don't want to compromise the integrity of their server, which is totally fucking okay. But yeah. I think the one thing that gets my goat, I don't know, I've never heard that before, is people misrepresenting your argument, like people with barefaced makeup shit. Yeah, it's crazy, and you have to deal with it. Like, when you're in this position that I'm in, people will just make up your point of view. It's wild. Like, people have never experienced this before. Like, the people saying that I was, like, a fucking bitch because I couldn't deal with the pressure or whatever, I've never been in this position where you have tens, like 50, 100 people making up your point of view, deciding for you where you stand. It's insane. It's crazy to go onto Twitter and see people deciding what you believe. And I'm like, I've never said that. I don't think that. But they're spreading it. And they're saying I think that. And people are going, wow, that sucks. I can't believe they think that. I'm like, I don't think that. They've just said that and you've believed them. Like, it's wild. Read your thing earlier. What did you say? And also, like, even outside the Discord, people will always, like, make you out to be, like, you're a fucking leader. Like, people say you were the main one to make the hold yourself accountable hashtag, but you were just trying to win. Exactly! I didn't even make it. And I said this from the beginning. I almost didn't signal boost it because I didn't want to take credit for it. Because I knew the Sisterhood people would be like, oh, it's Lasers trying to pretend like he invented it. Like, people have this idea of me, and it's understandable because in 2016-17 I had this persona of this arrogant, cocky cunt. Like, that's who I was. I was this arrogant YouTuber that was like obsessed with attention and stuff. And it's crazy because that's not who I am at all. Like, it's just not who I am. I can't even make a phone call to a company to, like, ask them something. Like, I can't even, like, I sometimes struggle when I'm paying for fucking alcohol and they ask me for ID. Like, I sometimes struggle even going to get my hair cut and talking to the hairdresser. I don't like attention. I hate attention. I said this today, like, this is why I hate drama so much, is because I hate eyes being on me. I fucking hate it. It makes me so anxious, and I am not that person they think I am. Like, people think I am this, like, super aggressive, super arrogant guy that, like, loves attention and always thinks he's right. I always think I'm wrong. I hate attention, and I'm so shy. That's who I am. Like, that's who I am. And the only way I was ever able to express myself as a kid was through making YouTube videos, because I could send it off into the void and ignore it. And I could not look at it, and I didn't need to worry about it. And then I could come back and look at comments, and maybe some were nice, maybe some weren't nice. And I just have to deal with that as a fucking 13-year-old kid that didn't know what I wanted and didn't know who I was and got bullied every single day at school. There are moments. This is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. But there are moments. If you go back and watch my Minecraft series from 2011, oh, this is so embarrassing. But there are moments in that series where I'm like just building stuff, and I'll go like 3 to 5 minutes. Maybe not that long. Maybe like 60 to 120 seconds. Like 1 to 2 minutes. Where I don't say anything, and I'm just building, and it's like, it's a Let's Play, so I should be commentating, I should be saying something, but I'm not. I'm just concentrating on what I'm doing. And the reason for that is because I'd had, like, the worst fucking day at school of, like, people picking on me and bullying me, and I just felt like shit. And I was thinking about it, and I was going over it in my head while I was playing Minecraft, and I would realize, oh shit, I'm recording, I need to say something, and I'd get back into the video. But that's why I'd be silent in those videos, and it happened a lot, and it was because I just felt bad about myself, and it was difficult, and that's really embarrassing to admit, but that's that. So yeah. 100% same. I've only said this to a few people, but holy hell, when it all kicked off, I very nearly went to mod chat and said I was leaving because the drama is so fucking horrible and the pressure is so immense. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah. It is rough, especially when you have to deal with this day in, day out. It's difficult. And it is different behind the screen. And yeah, you do put on a face when you do it. That said, the AC Syndicate playthrough is a banger. Yeah, well, I mean, that was 2015, so I was already over that stuff. But 2011, 2012 is when I was 14, 15. I was 14 and 15. I was 13, 14, and 15. So it was a lot of, like, years of your life where you're figuring out who you are. And it was year 8, year 9, year 10 at secondary school. And I was bullied to fuck. It was bad. People would pick on me all day. People would say things to me that would hurt me. It was it was difficult, man. It was difficult. People would push me around. People would steal things from me. People would make me feel like absolutely nothing. It was so difficult. And there are moments, if you go back and you watch that first Minecraft playthrough I did in 2011, 2012, you can find those moments where there's silence. And if you ever watch those videos, which you probably won't, but if you ever do, and you find those moments of silence, you know exactly what I'm thinking about. And it's that I just felt so bad. And that, like, this is why it hurts me so much when people say that the 4 pillars allow bullying. Because I fucking dealt with bullying for years, to the point where I felt so bad about myself. I remember one day, I was in the living room with my mum, and I told her everything that had been happening at school, and it was a lot. And I remember just, like, this is a lot, actually. This is a lot. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so heavy, especially after that stream that we just played a video game, but I sort of, like, broke down. I was 14. Like, 14-year-olds do not deserve to go through that much emotional shit. And I remember saying to my mum, like, I want to die. Like, I would be happier to be dead right now. It's the only time I've ever felt that strongly about it before. And it's just why it hurts me that someone would say that, oh, okay, I'm getting a little bit emotional. It just hurts me that people would say that we enable bullying, because I've dealt with that to the point where, like, I didn't want to live anymore. That's when I was a kid. And, like, the fake people say that. Just really hurts, man. Oh, God. Okay. No, let's not. I'm not gonna let this shit get to me. It's just a lot. Because I have to deal with this stuff, and it's just... It's just that we've had bullying in our server before, and we've shut it down every single time. Every single fucking time. Amir was the one bullying at one point. He bullied someone. And I didn't ban him because I knew at the time, I was like, he's a good guy. I know Amir's a good guy, and he doesn't mean this. And me and Tyler spoke to him, and we told him what he did wrong, and he listened to us. Because I didn't want to ban him outright, because I was like, I know Amir's a good guy. And so we didn't ban him. We just spoke to him on a level like a mate. And we said to him, look, you can't do this. You can't say that to people. That's not okay. And everything was good. And everything was cool. We've had other bullies in the server. People that just would come in and make people feel like shit. And we got rid of those people. Because they sucked. And they were just no good. And they made people feel bad. And maybe they were going through difficult things in their own life. Maybe they were. And it's so difficult because you don't see the conversation we had in mod chat. Like, there was so many mod chat conversations where I was like, people would be like, oh, we need to get rid of this guy. I'm like, look, they're definitely going through something. They might have terrible home lives. Their parents might be abusive. They might get bullied at school. We don't know what they're going through. We need to try and guide them. We need to try and make them better. We need to try and, like, just be as reasonable as we can be. And sometimes it gets to a point where you're like, they are affecting our server so much that they've got to go. We can't try to help every single person. We just can't. And it's just so rough to be like, fuck. Like, how do we, like... You can't deal with that many people. And like, for people to say to me, like, you've got to be a community leader. You've got to help all these people. Like, these people, like, the people saying this to me have a history of running a community with 12 people. Maybe 50 at the most, you know? They don't know what it's like to run a community of hundreds of people. Thousands of people. Do you expect Jacksepticeye to deal with every person that has issues? No, you fucking don't. So why do I have to? And I try so hard. Do you know the amount of times I'd be in, like, a chat with, like, I'd be talking to Tyler, and Tyler would be like, dude, you've got to ignore this. Like, you've got to get rid of these people. You've got to remove yourself. And I'd be like, Tyler, I understand. And, like, logically, you're right. I need to put myself first. But I can't. These people matter to me. It's so crazy, like, to be told by somebody that I tried to help, that I enable and allow bullying, and that I'm a bully. Especially on the fucking night before all this went down, I was on his side. I was talking down the people that were saying to him stuff that maybe wasn't too great. You know? People said stuff to, because what all kicked this off was fucking Amir saying that he wouldn't date a girl if she went to nightclubs. And I was like, that's a bit silly to say, but also stop attacking him for it. I kind of get what he means. It's just not his type. I was like, I kind of get it, you know? It's not his type. He doesn't want a girl that wants to go out all the time because he doesn't like going out all the time. So he just wants a girl that's more on his level. And I was completely on his fucking side. And then what do I get the next day? A message telling me the server's gone to shit. Everything's gone downhill. You enable fucking bullying. You're terrible at fucking running a server. Like, dude, I fucking tried to help you. And even when he sent me that, I said to him, dude, thank you for coming to me with this. I want to help you out. And I went to the pillars. Then what happens next? He puts a fucking message on Twitter. A fucking thread on Twitter. Going, oh, the 4 pillars will never do anything. I had to leave because of bullying. Dude, oh my god. You've never been fucking bullied in your life. You do not know what bullying makes you feel like. The fact that you could turn off your computer and go to the fucking gym and live your life. The fact that you can use Twitter and you have all these people following you. The fact that you can go and you can do... You don't know what it feels like to want to fucking kill yourself because people are making you feel so fucking worthless and you have no support system. You have nobody around you that like you don't know what that fucking feels like, man. You just don't. You're trivializing the shit that I've fucking been through. You're making it out like you're not going through that. You're not. You're simply not. You're turning... People have said some things to you that maybe you didn't like too much. You could have gone to them and you could have been like, hey man, like, I didn't like what you said to me. Could you not do that? And the person would have been like, oh, I didn't know that you didn't like that. I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, I won't do that in the future. That's a normal human interaction. You know? Being bullied is something else entirely. It's... Oh, God. It's so upsetting. Because out of all of the pillars, I know Ethan's been through some shit. I know Tyler's had to deal with stuff. I know George has too. I specifically know George has because we're brothers. I know the shit that George has had to go through. But the shit that I had to go through, man. Oh my god. Oh god. There's shit that's happened to me where I've been laughed at by everyone. People that I thought were my friends. I had a period in my life where I didn't have a single fucking friend. All I had was people that wanted to pick on me. The only people I had in my life was my mum and my dad and my brother. And that's it. And when I went to school, it was just people that wanted to pick on me. That's all I had. That's literally all I had. And because of that, I've tried to be the single person that could be there. If someone tells me they're going through something and they're struggling, I want to be the person that can give them a little bit of support. And that's what I tried to do for Amir. I was like, yeah, these people are saying stuff to you. Maybe it's a bit unjustified. I'll be on your side. I'll fight for the underdog. Because I was that. I know what it feels like. It absolutely sucks, man. It absolutely sucks. And you've obviously, like, you know, dumb shit on top of that. Like, Amir, do you know what he did today? He banned all of us from our own Reddit because we forgot to remove him as a mod. So he banned every single moderator from our own fucking Reddit because he likes the power that he gets from doing that. His friends have sent Dylan fucking heaps of racial slurs on Instagram. They've DM'd him, calling him the N-word over and over again, telling him to kill himself. Do you know how much shit Dylan goes through? And I don't want to out Dylan's problems. Dylan goes through a lot of things. He doesn't fucking need that, man. It's... Dude. And it's crazy that people don't... People have said to me, like, I've seen people being like to Amir, I can't believe people are against you. I can't believe people aren't on your side. He's twisted every ounce of everything. He's twisted everything that's ever happened to make him look like a victim. He's called us fucking racist. Hamid, when... Oh my god. When Amir used Hamid's situation to call us racist, Hamid sent me a voice message on Instagram. He was panicking. He was like, dude, I did not tell Amir to do this. I can't believe he's done this to you guys. Amir is using this to get the upper hand. He doesn't care about the people he puts down in the fucking process. It's absolutely insane. He's used Hamid's situation to call us racist. To say that we've banned him because he was Arab. Oh my god. What the actual fuck? What? No. What are you doing, man? That's not true. It's he's... I don't even know what to do, man. I don't... And like, it's even at a point where I don't want to call Amir the bad guy. Because he's got to be doing it for a reason, man. He's got to be... He can't just be insane. He's got to think he's right. There's got to be something morally justified about why he's done this to me. Like, how crazy is that? Like Tyler has said to me, like, he's just insane, man. Just who cares about him, you know? He's just insane. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. There's got to be something. There's got to be some sort of justification for this. There's got to be. Because I just can't believe that someone's this crazy. I just can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Because it's too much for me to, like, accept. It's just too much. It's too much. And honestly, I could have, like, and I know there's not a lot of people here, so I can talk about this right now. And I didn't talk about it on the stream when there was a lot of people because I just didn't want to. But I have a screenshot. Every single thing he said about us that's bad, I have a screenshot of him doing the exact same thing. And I've kept it all in a folder. I have it all in a folder in case I ever need to use it. And I feel like there's a couple times in the past few weeks when I could have. And I haven't because I don't want to do that to him. Like, I just don't want to. And it's just so weird because he has no issue doing that to us. But I just don't want to do it to him. Because I just feel like deep down under all of it, there's got to be a good person there. Like, there's got to be the guy that I knew. Like, I shouldn't feel like I have to make the folder, but I have it anyway. Ethan said, like, look, just keep all this somewhere in case we need to defend ourselves. And I feel like we have. I feel like we have needed to, but I've kept it all because I've been like, look, I just don't want to do it. We could easily, like, crumble his little bubble that he's made, where he's the hero of the story. We could easily do that, but I just want him to learn for himself, to leave us alone and to, like, learn for himself. Just be like, you know, just for him to realize I can be a better person. That's all I want. Let me grab a tissue because I need one. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, man. Yeah, no. I'm definitely not going to use it. I don't think I am. But it's just if he made such a big move that, like, really affected us, where, like, we had to, then we have to. But, you know, there's stuff like, you know, I don't want to come out and say Amir is a bully, because I don't think that's right, really, you know? I think bully is a term that is used to characterize people you don't know properly. If someone bullies you, someone can bully you. But I think calling someone a bully, I just think is fundamentally wrong. Because I don't think anyone is fundamentally a bully. You know, even the people that bullied me at school, I don't think they were bullies. They weren't, I wouldn't describe those people as bullies. Because they're people, you know? And why did they do that to me? It's probably because they felt small themselves. They might have had difficult home lives. Maybe they didn't want to be the subject of bullying. You know? I don't think that makes you a bully. It's a difficult thing. And I think, you know, it's just difficult. It's just really difficult. Because Amir, I tried to help him so much, like I really did. I just don't know why I've become the poster boy for everything wrong. It's so weird because you can check the screenshots. He even posted them himself. He came to me very aggressively, telling me the server's gone to shit, the community's bad, I don't know how to run the server. My response to him was not any of that. My response was to get to the root of it. He clearly has a problem, and I want to help. And literally my response was, man, I'm so glad you came to me. I'm going to bring it to the pillars. We'll figure something out. We'll try and figure out your problem. I wish none of this happened, because I like Amir a lot. I liked him for a very long time. He was my first mod. He was my first ever mod. I don't know why this happened. I'm not afraid to talk about it too much, that I've gotten out of the situation. But I used to be friends with someone who was constantly bullying and belittling me, constantly manipulating and blackmailing me with embarrassing things I said to him to make me do stuff I never wanted. Even to the point of emotional blackmail, saying I was suicidal and sending photos of self-harm, making me think I'm doing something wrong. I never felt like such shit more in my life. I felt like such a useless friend because of him, and was depressed for ages until 2020, and I fell out with him. I've been so good mentally ever since. Well, I mean, that's great to hear that you're better ever since. That's a lot, yeah. I'm glad you're better. I'm glad you're better. I'm in class right now, but I couldn't care less. Right now, I'm just hoping you'll be alright soon, man. Sometimes I'm playing a game, talking to mates, and I feel this feeling down. I think, fuck, I'll be alright. Don't worry about me. I am always going to be fine. I have a strong support system. I will always be fine. I can say that for sure. My hardest times are 100% behind me. As much as this is difficult for me, my hardest times were easily when I was a teenager. Like, I can say 100% for certain, no matter how down I feel, I've always got my mum, I've always got my dad, I've got my grandparents. For as long as they're with me, I've got George, I've got Elva, and I've got the pillars. Like, I am 100, and like, that's minimal. I've got so many more people beyond that. I've got such a support system of people that give a shit about me that every single time something like this happens, I get messages from all of my friends, and it just makes me remember, like, how many people I have that care about me. And whether people message me or not, I know they care, because, you know, they tweet me, or they message, like, I'll get, like, you know, people at me on Discord, or they'll just talk to me directly because I'm around at the time. Everyone that matters has spoken to me in one way or another. And that's, you know, it means a lot to me. It means a lot to me, and it just means that I will be okay no matter what happens to me. I know that for sure. I mean, Ollie, I would also love to put everything out there. I would love to put everything out there and just show everyone this is what Amir is. This is what he's done too, you know? But you can't do that, because all you're doing is tearing down someone for no reason. It's the same reason, like, it's the same thing he did to us. Why is he tearing us down? Absolutely no fucking reason. You know? Because what does he get from that? Nothing. It's just revenge. He feels like he's been done wrong, and he's getting revenge on us by doing everything he can. Does he believe we're racist? Not at all. Not at all. He doesn't believe we're racist. He said that because he knows it will get traction. He wants to build an army against us. That's what he wants. And he knows if he says we're racist, he throws in a few clips from 7 years ago, he'll get people behind him. That's what he knows. He knows that'll work. If he puts a fucking dumb clip of me from Horsey and Fox where I said something fucking awful, he'll get people behind him. Because how can you argue with that? You can't, can you? Out of context, in a vacuum, you can't argue with that. It's bad. I can't even argue with that. It's bad. He doesn't think we're racist. Because if he thinks we're racist, he must think he's also racist. The amount of times he said the fucking N-word, even in 2020. When we were done with you doing all that, our community was out of the edgy phase. We were actively saying, okay, we are done being edgy. This phase for our community, it's in the past. We need to move on and be better people. He wouldn't stop. He would not stop. In mod chat, he'd be dropping the N-word all the time. We'd have to be like, Amir, no. No, it's done. Like, that was years ago. Stop. The edgy phase is done. We regret that. We were bad people back then. We need to move forward as better people. He'd be like, I don't care. I'm brown. I can say that. Like, okay, Amir. Whatever, man. Whatever. If that's the hill you're gonna die on. If that's the hill you're gonna die on. Whatever, man. And then he's coming at me for it. Oh my god. Fuck me. He's coming at clips from... He's clipping stuff from 5, 6, 7 years ago. To be like, look how bad of a person you are now. Like... I can't. I can't deal with this. It's mental. Oh my god. I had someone similar, but it was a guy I was playing with on Overwatch. He said he did the same thing. He spent over 300 invites a day and kept asking me. I actually had someone like that. Back when I was... I think I was 14. I had a guy that I talked to on Xbox, and we had a channel together. And he was really manipulative and really controlling. And I didn't really realize when I was a kid, because he was older than me. And he also ran a YouTube channel that had more subs. I had about 20 subs. He had about 100. He hit 100 when I knew him. And I thought that was incredible. I was like, oh my god, you hit 100 subs. I only have 20 subs. I remember he said to me, like, yeah, maybe one day you'll get there. And it just felt really condescending, like, in hindsight. But at the time, I was like, oh my god, maybe. It was weird. And I remember one day, I just... He would consume my days. It was a summer holiday. It's like I was off school for the summer. And he would consume my days by making me do stuff in Cinema 4D. He would make me make intros for him over and over again until I got it right. I was a kid, man. I was a fucking kid. And he'd do that, and I got to a point where I cared so much about my own YouTube channel that I was like, I am neglecting my own channel by doing this for this guy. And I got to a point where I was like, I've got to cut this guy off. Like, I have to. And honestly, it's quite a mature decision I made as a 14-year-old with no other voices other than my own. I decided... I remember sending him an email and I was so scared what his reply would be, so I blocked him. And I sent him a message saying, like, I really want to work on my own channel, but maybe we'll get to do stuff in the future. I don't want to talk to you anymore, bye. And, like, I sent the email and I blocked him because I was like, I don't want to see what he has to say back to me. Because I was so scared of what he would say. And who the fuck was he? Absolutely nobody. But I was 14 and I was scared of him. Because he controlled my entire creativity for like a 3-month period. And it stopped me from making content on my own channel. And it was weird. It was so weird. Looking back on it, I'm like, that is a weird guy. And he's tried to get in contact with me before. He's messaged me a couple times. And obviously he's got no subs. You know, like he's probably looking at little old fucking gamer vids like, oh, where did you get those subs from? Like, what? But you know, he got absolutely nowhere because he used other people, and I got where I am because I used myself. It is an impressive decision at 14. I actually can't believe I did that, to be honest. I actually can't believe I did actually decide to do that. I made that like conscious decision. That's really surprising, actually, that I did do that. But I'm glad that I did. It's so weird. Kids are cunts, it's true. We don't like kids. And I guess, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's cool to talk about this with just a few people because I know you're all sort of level-headed. But when I do a big stream and there's like 200 people, you always get those people that have something to say against you. You know, some criticism, some fucking, you know, they're playing devil's advocate. And it's like, oh, bloody hell. Didn't ask you, man. Didn't ask. I don't need it. Don't need it, man. I'm a human being just like you. And guess what? I don't need it. How I got out of contact with the guy who treated me like shit was hard. Since people saw me and him as best friends for so long, I couldn't just fuck him off and block him. Eventually, though, I found the perfect excuse, which when he decided to prank call and harass girls I knew. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. It's difficult. It's difficult to cut yourself off, especially as a kid, to do that to people that, you know, people see you as friends, you see them as friends. It's very difficult. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Played on Xbox Live and didn't really deal with that, unfortunately. But unfortunately, I only dealt with it in Overwatch that one time. Yeah, that's... Sometimes those people just rock up, and it just happens to you. And it's difficult to... I don't know, I find it very difficult to say someone is a bad person. I know Tyler finds it very easy. That sounds bad. What I mean is, Tyler finds it very easy to decide someone isn't good for his life, he'll cut them out, and they're not worth his time. And I do that to an extent, but I find it very hard not to sympathize or empathize with them. And I think I was always like that, but I very much tried to, like, pretend I wasn't. Like, I tried to pretend I was super edgy, didn't care about anybody, but I actually did. And I think I believe everybody's opinion is, like, really valid. And it makes it difficult to, like, shrug people off. Because I feel like if someone says a dumb thing, for most people, they just go, well, you've said a dumb thing. And then they, like, shrug it off and move on with their lives. But with me, when someone says a dumb thing, I'm like, that's got to be coming from a place of justification, right? Like, you haven't just said a dumb thing because you're an idiot. Like... You've got to be saying that for a reason. Like, I can't believe that you've just said that because you're a fucking idiot. Like, there's got to be, like, an underlying reason why you've said that thing to me. But sometimes, people are just dumb. people are just fucking idiots sometimes. Like that guy who was telling me, like, to grow and be a better leader. Sometimes you're just an idiot, you know? And you just have, like, the wrong principles ingrained in you. Like, sometimes you just value the wrong shit, you know? Sometimes you are just condescending. Sometimes you are just patronizing. And that's just the person that you are, I guess. But it's weird because you don't encounter those people very often in your normal lives, which I think is what makes it so difficult for me. Like, I go out and, like, say you're walking your dog. I come across a bunch of people and I'll have conversations with all of them. And they're all such normal people. And that makes it weird to, like, believe that people can just be fucking weird. And, like, just completely insane. Which is what's so strange. Because you meet these people in real life, and they're just completely normal people. But then on the internet, you have these people that just live behind their keyboards, and they're really weird. And they don't value real life in the correct way. They, like, value the internet in the same way as they should be valuing real life. Like, to tell me that I should be, like, growing as a leader and, like, I should be maturing and all this. Like, dude, it's a Discord server. I should be very much focusing on my mental health. I should be very much focusing on my real life and my real relationships. Like, I shouldn't be letting my relationship with my parents suffer. I shouldn't be letting my relationship with my girlfriend suffer. I shouldn't be letting my relationships with my close friends suffer. To help random people online deal with personal problems. No. What sort of a claim is it to make? Oh, that's mental. That's mental that that person said that to me. The more I think about it, the more it's mental. And that's the thing. That person's just mental. There is no rhyme or reason to why they said that thing. They believe they're right. They definitely believe they're right in saying that. But they are mental. And they're not someone worth valuing the opinion of. And it's difficult for me to get that, I guess. Those people take any chance to come back. That's why people need integrity. That guy has tried many times in the last 2 years to come back into my friend group, and each time we shut him down. Last time was when someone we knew literally killed themselves and used that awful thing to happen as a tool to try and manipulate to be friends with them again. People will do that. People will. It's almost like people are experimenting with people's lives. Like, what happens if I say this? Well, how will they react? That's a good point. I feel like people do that. I knew someone like that. I knew someone like that when I went to school, and it's why I don't talk to them anymore. They tried to come back into my life recently, and they might be a completely better person now, but I don't want you around me because of how I knew you were. I just don't want you around me. You know, I don't want you around me. I don't want you around my family. I don't want you anywhere close to my girlfriend. Not a fucking chance. Because the way that I knew you is ingrained in me. You did things to see how someone would react. You'd make things up to try and upset people and to try and, like, get a reaction. Like, I don't want to risk that near my family. So it's no. That's not happening. I understand if a friend came to me concerned and said similar, but then no one. Yeah, exactly. But a friend would come to you with, like, relevant things to say to you, wouldn't they? Like, you know, the people that matter to me is like George, Ethan, Tyler. Is like my core people that, like, can really give me advice on this stuff. Those people are the people that matter to me because they know me. They deeply know me. And they know the right things to say to me. They know where I need to improve. They can call me out on things if I get something wrong. That's where I need the criticism, you know? Like, getting called out on something you did wrong matters when it comes from someone that cares about you. Like, if Tyler calls me out on something I've done, I'll be like, I know it's coming from a good place. It won't upset me. And I'll be able to be like, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And the same the other way around. Like, if Tyler does something and I go to him and I'm like, dude, I don't know about that. We both know, like, because we're fucking mates. But I don't need a random person on the internet criticizing me because I don't know you. It doesn't mean anything. It just upsets me. You know, it just gets to me. And it's like, this person has just said something, they don't know me. It's weird. Yeah, I feel like it's normal to, like, consider, like, what if I said this to someone, what would they think? But you don't actually do it, you know? The people that actually do it are the weird ones. For me, I wasn't truly bullied to the extent like you or other people received. I still have problems with talking to others, since every time I try talking to them, they look at me with disdain, that I'm the problem when I simply want to talk after a question. I mean, that's how it feels sometimes. Like, if you've been bullied, that's how it feels. I said this on Clubhouse. Like, if you go listen to Clubhouse episode, oh my god, and the fact Amir was like, the fact these guys run a advice podcast, disgusting. Like, oh my god, bro. Why are you this, like, why is he presenting himself as, like, this pillar of moral virtue? Like, get the fuck out, man. Like, what the fuck? You're literally telling people to buy Ubisoft games and buy the Harry Potter game because fucking transgender issues don't matter, you little bitch. I think it was episode 133. Yeah, it was episode 133 of the Clubhouse podcast, where I really, like, went in and talked about these really deep topics for me, like stuff that I've never talked about before. I've talked a little bit about it here, but I go really deep on episode 133 of the Clubhouse podcast, which is exclusive to Patreon as well. It's only $1, but you get access to all of the Clubhouse episodes. But if you wanted to listen to it, that's where it is, in a little bit more detail. And so I do talk a little bit about that, and just how, I mean, I talk a lot about that, and just how it sort of affected me. Just like being bullied, it makes you feel, you get an inferiority complex. You start to feel like you're inferior to every single person on the planet. There's no one you feel superior to. You feel inferior to absolutely everybody. Which episode number? Episode 133. It's not the last episode, but the episode before. 133. But it's no worries, Zinc. Is that how you say your name? I know. Zinc. Catch you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. And I guess being bullied made me feel like shit. I feel inferior to everybody else, because everybody made me, everyone that bullied me, made me feel like, because I couldn't hold a conversation with anyone. Like, I would try and hold a conversation, they'd mock me, or they'd make fun of me. And it made me, I remember one time, I broke down in tears in the middle of a fucking lesson when I was in year 8. And it's embarrassing, but like, I fucking cried in a fucking lesson at school because people, like, I couldn't speak to people. Like, I was trying to talk to people about something and they were just making fun of me. And I was like, why does this keep happening? Like, do you really not care about anything I have to say? Like, can I not talk to you? Is my opinion not worth anything? And it was rough. It just made me feel for a very, very long time that anything I said, nobody would care about. And the only way I really got over it was making videos on YouTube, because it made me realize, like, oh, people do care. Like, there actually are people out there that care. Like, that's crazy. To have people that, like, want to hear what I have to say just was the most amazing feeling. And it made me want to keep doing it. I think that's why I keep doing it. I think that's why I still go and I want to do more, because it was the one thing that, like, brought me out of that. I feel you, because for me, because I'm gay, I literally didn't have a male friend for over 10 years until I met me. You end up feeling so isolated by everything. Yeah, it's very isolating. And it made me not even want to, like, interact with my friends. Like, my, like, the friends that I was close with, like, even Luke. I didn't really want to see him, because I was like, shit, no one cares about me. Like, you know? And even now, I do feel like I'm the unimportant friend. Like, I don't have to show up to every meetup or be with everyone, because, like, they'll have fun without me. It's fine. That's not me trying to get, like, sympathy or anything. I just, you know, I don't know. It's not real. It's not real. I know it's not real. And I have a blast every time I meet up with everyone. But, I don't know. There's also a part of me that's like, oh, I could just, you know, stay in with Elva. It's almost like, honestly, I feel like I was almost bullied into being an introvert. I feel like it's not even who I am. I feel like I am an extrovert that's been bullied into being an introvert, and I can't escape. I don't know. Because I do enjoy people. Like, I remember when at, like, Elva's there was one of her birthdays a few years ago, I went over to Ireland. I remember just getting really drunk with her family, and Elva didn't. because she doesn't really drink. But I remember just having a fucking blast with her family. And Elva wasn't really doing anything. I don't really know what she was doing, but I remember just having so much fun with her family because we were all just fucking drunk. And it was great fun. We were just having a laugh and telling jokes and stuff, and it was good. So I do like people. But I think I've been like bullied into thinking I shouldn't. I don't know. It's always going to affect me. It's difficult to get out of. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. It is difficult to connect with people, for sure. Hey, Sasuke. I feel like so much about getting bullied into being an introvert. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because I don't think I ever wasn't. I mean, to be fair, I always was. Like, if my mum tells stories about me as a kid, I would always be, like, with her. I'd never be off mingling with the other kids, even when I was, like, 3 or whatever. Like, I'd always be, like, come back to my mum to be like, oh, I'm alright here. Like, I don't need to go see all these other kids. Like, I don't care about them. So, I guess I always sort of was an introvert, but I think I could have come out of that shell, but people didn't let me. They just hammered me back into that shell. Because they were like, no, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to come out of that shell. And I wasn't big enough or strong enough to say anything otherwise. I think if I was way taller and like way bigger, I probably would have been able. I don't think they would have picked on me as much, but because I was the shortest kid in the school, like, or the shortest kid in the class or whatever, it was easy to pick on me. There was no way I could be confident about myself because in school, what really matters is how big you are. Like, it's not how smart you are, or how much you can talk, or even how funny you are. It's always about how big you are. Because if you're small, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you say, they can always push you over. Like, so, I think it was partly that, like, meant that I just couldn't fight back in any way. I just had to take it, because what the fuck could I do? Nothing. I couldn't do anything. So I guess that's just how it was. I remember in a history class, I pointed something out that I found interesting in the history book. It was a photo of a soldier in World War II smiling, while the rest looked fucking depressed. And some girl started making fun of me because she thought it was dumb. And was like, is he fucking R-worded? He's in a war, why would he be happy? Well, joke's on her for being a moron. It's an actual thing. The soldier was smiling due to trauma and not knowing how to react in a fuck situation he was in. All the guy could do is laugh out of panic. Yeah, see, that's interesting. But the girl saying that really upset me for a while. I stopped, like, putting my hand up and speaking in class. Yeah, oh my god. I don't think I ever put my hand up in secondary school. Not even once. I don't think ever once I put my hand up in secondary school. I was just afraid of people making fun of me. How fucked is that? How fucked is that? I remember for one of my birthdays, I got, like, tons of birthday bumps until my arm was literally black. And it took more to be like, I let people I didn't know do that to me. They weren't doing it as a friend. They were just using an excuse to punch me. Yeah, it's weird. Isn't that weird? People do that to me too. I remember one time, like, I mean, literally probably every single lunchtime at school, I get my bag stolen and they just throw it around for an hour. And then they give it back to me then at lunch. And I was supposed to be like, huh, good sport. Like, you just stole my things and threw them around. I'm supposed to be okay with that or I'm a loser? Like, what? Don't take my things. Don't do that. Like, why did you think that was okay? Like, I'm supposed to be okay with that or I'm a fucking loser that can't take a joke. Like, what? You're stealing my shit, man. Like, what? That's so weird. Like, one time, this dude... And I will, like, I don't think I'll ever not hate this guy. Like, whenever I see him, I'm like, I fucking hate this guy. Because he made me look like a fucking idiot. Because I was so small and he was really fucking tall when we were, like, 12 or 13. He literally held me upside down and shook me until everything fell out of my pockets. Everyone fucking laughed at me. I just felt like shit. I was like, why'd that happen to me? Why did I deserve that? And there was no clear reason, obviously. And as a kid, you try and make sense of it. You're like, why did that happen to me? Why did someone do that to me? What did I do wrong? Like, I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong. But it must have been something. Was it because I tried to contribute to a conversation? Like, Was it something really minor? Like, I don't know. Like, what did I do to deserve that? It took me ages to realize I didn't do anything wrong. He's just a fucking cunt. Like, sometimes people just aren't very nice people, and he wasn't a very nice person. And he could apologize now, and I'd tell him to fuck off. Because you can't make up for that. You can't make up for that. That stuck with me forever, and it upset me so much. Like, you know? You cannot apologize for stunting someone's social growth. Like, you can't. You can't say, oh, I'm sorry I fucking scarred you for life so that you always feel inferior to people. I'm so sorry I did that to you. It was a mistake. I was being stupid. I'm so happy that you managed to be a fully developed human. Meanwhile, I have awful social anxiety because you decided to bully me, you cunt. Like, that's your fucking fault. I will not accept your fucking apology. That's never happening. Ridiculous. No. It's fucking dumb. And just the fact that someone can try and tell me that I enable bullying and I'm complacent with bullying is a fucking joke. And I will never, ever concede that, ever. I will never give Amir a fucking inch with that bullshit fucking argument. Ever. There's not a universe out there where I say to him, you know what, maybe you're a little bit right. No, I do not fucking enable bullying. Not a fucking chance. Ridiculous. Yeah, that's really sad, Jamie. It's rough, isn't it? It's rough. People beat you into fucking submission. Yeah, shit like that does still happen, doesn't it? Yeah, it's wild. Like, it's what, like, one main reason why, like, I'd love to have kids. I would love to be a dad because I feel like I just have so much to, like, to say. I would love to be a dad because I feel like I could do so much for my kid. But at the same time, it's so fucking scary, man. Like, you do have to go through some hardships to be a fully fledged human being. But you have to be able to go through something difficult and also be given the opportunity to bounce back. It's when you try to bounce back and people beat you down again that it becomes a problem and it ends up affecting you. Because there's certain issues that you can deal with where it affects you, you come back stronger, and it makes you a better person. Those kind of hardships are good. But when you go through a hardship that continuously beats you down until it starts to chip away part of who you are, that's when it becomes a fucking issue. Just feeling a little bit sad for a little while and then bouncing back is not an issue. That's also not bullying. Dealing with... if someone says something mean to you, that's not bullying. That's something that you can bounce back from. But if people are constantly doing it, if it's continuous, if they don't stop, if you tell them that it's a problem and they still don't stop, when it gets more and more and more, when it starts to change who you are as a person, that's when it's bullying. It's wild. It's wild. Hey, Unleashed Hero. Welcome in. We're having a bit of a deep chat, but... welcome in. But yeah, it's just... yeah, I don't know. It's just... Curious I lost. What did you say? Let me find it. Actually, I'll just click on your profile. I'll check messages. Oh shit, I just highlight everything. Honestly, I feel so much getting bullied about being bullied into being an introvert. Yeah. Yeah. Is that what you said last, or is there something that just hasn't popped up because it got like caught in a filter or something? How does the discussion begin? Just generally like I guess just talking about like community stuff that's been happening. If you don't know, there's a lot, but I said a whole paragraph. Oh no, it's not shown up in chat for some reason. I don't know why. It might have been caught in the filter. Maybe there was an issue with it. It's not. Yeah, it's not in chat. I don't know why. Sorry about that. What I love most about something like Kingdom Hearts is that the protagonist will never stop being positive, and I love that. It's a game that is appropriate for children to play. It would teach people to be happy, and most of your life and your friends never stop face dark times. Yeah, exactly. That is really good. Yeah, most introverts have been bullied. Like, humans are naturally social creatures. My understanding is, but to my understanding, then the fact that some people thought there's not to want to be social anymore. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that we are generally social creatures that could potentially be bullied into not being. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's probably not an introversion because I don't think introverted people. I don't think introverted people have social anxiety. I think introverted just means like you like to have your own time, but you're not scared of being with other people. It doesn't give you an anxiety to be with other people. You just like your own time. You like to have your own space. You like to hang out with just yourself from time to time, and then like you really like then you go out with other people and it's good. And I think that what we probably have, if you relate, is not necessarily being introverted. It's just just being bullied, and that is why it just upsets me that someone would ever claim that I would enable bullying, and that's I love bullying, or that I don't help people or I don't try and help people. And not just that, but to use it for drama and to use it for clout and to use it to get likes, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, when I messaged Amir about this at the time, I remember the first time he came out about this, I was very deeply hurt. And I messaged him just because I wanted to understand his perspective and be like, why have you done this? And I remember saying to him, like, we had a big long conversation. I was like, look, dude, just remove the tweets. We don't need to make this a public thing. Like, why are you spreading all this about our community to people? Like, to make it out like we're bad guys. After we had this whole conversation. And he basically told me he didn't want to remove the tweets because they got a lot of likes. What does that tell you about someone? When the Twitter likes are more important than someone's feelings, Ridiculous. And I have a screenshot of that, so if anyone ever needs proof, I have it. I can show you it. He really did say that to me. Like, that was his reason. That was his reason. Wasn't any other reason. He was like, because of the engagement. Because of the fucking engagement. Insane. Wild. Absolutely wild. The bullying comments really flipped a switch for me. I tried so hard to rationalize his viewpoints for ages, but I just can't stand by that. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to help him. But then he decided to make it out like 4 Pillars are a bunch of guys that, that want to bully people, that enable bullying. I'm like, what? I don't want that, bro. Why do you think I want that? I think it's just that he has to feel good about himself. And I feel like in order to do that, he's got to make it a black and white situation where he's the good guy, we're the bad guys. There are no shades of grey in the story. Because if there are, it means he has to consider it. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's why anyone that's on Amir's side is on Amir's side, because he's twisted every single thing that's happened in the situation. Every single thing. Everything. It's so weird. Everything could have been figured out. That's what's so annoying about the situation. It could have easily been figured out. It could have been. But Amir didn't want to figure it out. He didn't want to. He'd already made up his mind. That's why he left the server. That's why he messaged me so aggressively. He didn't expect I would respond so rationally. I don't think he expected I would respond saying, look, man, I'm so glad you came to me with this. Let's figure this out. You know? He didn't expect I would say that. He thought if he came to me aggressively, I would respond aggressively, and I didn't. And he was like, oh shit, what do I do now? I don't know. And it's weird because what really happened was a dispute between two people that were actually friends. You know? Ollie and Amir, they were friends. Were they close friends? No, but they were mates, you know? They knew each other, they spoke to each other. Ollie helped him with workouts. Like, Ollie gave him so much encouragement, so much advice, so much help on that fitness chat. It's crazy. Ollie gave him so much help, so much advice. Because he wanted to give him a hand. And I know Ollie. He obviously felt that bond with Amir. You know? He felt that with Amir, obviously. Like, he felt like, oh, we're mates. We're good mates. I can give him a bit of shit. I can bust his balls a little bit. Amir didn't like that. But he never told Ollie. Ever. Not once. Not until all the drama happened. Then he decided. He decided in his own head. Ollie's a bad guy. He is morally in the wrong. No matter what anyone says. And that's what this all came down to. That's what this all came down to. Is Amir decided in his head that Ollie is morally wrong. 100%. There are no shades of grey. Ollie is morally wrong. And so then he puts that on 4 pillars. He's basically saying if you don't ban him, you are also 100% morally wrong. And obviously for us, as real people living in the real world, we're like, well, okay, that's not the case. There is no 100% morality either way. There are issues here that need to be worked out. There are issues that need to be worked out. We're not going to ban them because we're not. They haven't done anything that's 100% bad. There's nothing that's ban-worthy here. There is stuff to be worked out. If you don't want to work it out, then that's fair. But that doesn't mean we're going... The option is not ban them or not. The option is we work it out or we don't work it out. And he did not want to work it out. His ultimatum was we ban them. Like, his ultimatum was you ban them or you're bad. And that's not how the world works. That's just not how it works, man. That's so ridiculous. Like, he wasn't bullied. Like, he just wasn't bullied. They said some stuff that he wasn't too happy with, and that is completely valid. That's completely fine. But you've then got to work that out. You got to work with me. You got to work with them. We got to work this out. Because I'm not going to ban my mates from my server because they said something that you didn't like, that you have not actually told them you didn't like. How do we work the situation out, bro? Like, how do we work this out? The option is not, oh, they said something I didn't like, so you better ban them or you're evil and bad. Like, no, you work the situation out like a fucking adult. Like, yeah, I will mediate it, sure, but let's talk with Ollie. Let's talk it through. Let's get on a call. Let's talk this through. Let's get a group chat. Like, what do you want to do? Let's talk this through. He's like, no. Either you ban them or I'm never coming back. And I'm like, what? That's not the option here. Like, that's not rational, man. You can't do that. It's like, that's not, like, what? You can't do that. And so we just decided, okay, well, that's it then. Okay, that's what we're doing then. He went on a tirade on Twitter. That's not something you do to a mate. If Tyler went on a tirade on Twitter about me, I also would ban him and block him. Like, it was a reasonable ban. We banned him because he went on Twitter to say that we enable bullies. You know? He went on Twitter. He decided to say 4 pillars. They enable bullying. They will not ban bullies, which isn't even the true story. It's not. And so what did we do? What are we supposed to do with that? Oh yeah, come back in, Amir. Yeah, we still love you, man. Like, nah, fuck that. That's toxic. Get out of here. I do not need someone in my life that's gonna go on Twitter and call me a bully. Fuck that. When all I'm trying to do is help you out, just because I wouldn't cave to your bullshit ultimatum? Like, no, that's ridiculous. Obviously, you're going to be banned, bro. obviously you're going to be banned. Like, that's just... It's just how it goes. Like, it's crazy. Like, if someone did... Imagine if someone did that to you in real life. It's crazy how much shit flies on the internet. If someone did that to me in real life... Oh, God. If someone did that to me in real life, like, you just can't. You cannot do that to somebody. That's wild. That's insane behavior. And the fact that he has the nerve to tell me I need to mature. Like, what, bro? What? I was the one that was trying to mediate the situation. I was like, let's speak to Ollie. Let's sort this situation out, bro. You're both my mates. Let's sort this out. Like, if your mate ever says to you, like, if your mate ever comes up to you and says, look, I have a problem with your other mate. If you don't cut them off, I'm going to tell everyone you're a bad person. Which mate do you cut off? Is it the one they have a problem with? Or is it the one that's giving you the ridiculous fucking ultimatum? It's that one. It's that one. You know? That's ridiculous. If someone ever gives you an ultimatum, they're the one you cut off. That is a rule of thumb for most of life. If someone gives you a ridiculous ultimatum like that to try and control you, that's the person you get rid of. It's always that way. If your significant other gives you a ridiculous ultimatum that's something like, you know, either it's like, you know, if your significant other gives you an ultimatum like, oh, you don't get to go out with your friends anymore, or you lose me, or something like that, you know immediately that girl or man or whatever, they're not for you. Like, you know, they don't have your best interests at heart. They don't care about you as a person. They just want to control you. They want to own you. And that's pretty much the case in pretty much every situation. If someone gives you an ultimatum like that, to be like, look, you do this right now, or I'm going to do this, it's always that person that's in the wrong. Because you do not give ultimatums like that to those sorts of, like, to people that you care about. You just don't. And apparently I'm somehow immature for that, apparently. Yeah, it is defamation. It's weird. It's really weird. Private Dingleberry's here. He's watched the whole VOD. That's amazing. If anyone did that to me in real life, I would shoot them with the gun I literally own. Yeah. We definitely could do something legally. I don't think it's worth doing because it will cost too much money. But you know. It is definitely immature to use a fake account to spread defamatory comments. It definitely is. It definitely is. Using an account in Tyler's name, using his profile picture, using his brand to spread your weird fucking deluded message. That is definitely pretty immature, yeah. That is. Also, sending my, how many year old tweets now? 5-year-old tweets. Sending my 5-year-old tweets to Zack Snyder hate pages to get them to send heaps of hate my way. Super immature too. That's also really immature. Sending, you know, harassing my mods, sending them the N-word over and over again, telling them to kill themselves, super immature too. That's also really immature. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy the shit that people can do, get away with, and also be seen as the hero for. But, you know, you gotta be the bigger person. You gotta just be like, whatever, fuck them. I'll just get on with my life, and they can do whatever they want. Amir is lucky. Amir is lucky. If I were another YouTuber, oh my god, I would, you know, I'd do them in, but I'm not going to, because I'm me, and I don't care enough. Like, it's not worth it, because it's just online shit. Like, sometimes I think about it, I'm like, oh, I wish I could. I could just do it right now. I could end it all. But then I go outside, and I'm like, look at this. Real life. Amir's not here. This doesn't matter. And then I don't need to, because it's whatever. You take yourself away from it, and you go, I don't need to. I don't need to do it. The people that matter, they're here. They matter. They're cool. They're going to stick with me. I love you all. But, you know. not gonna lie, when your girlfriend tells you and your 15-year-old boy that you cannot watch any form of nude film, whether that be Game of Thrones or full-on porn, maybe there's something wrong with a girl. That's just what I've seen on TikTok that's super weird to me, is girlfriends being like genuinely really upset that their boyfriends watch porn. Like, what's that about? Is that a real thing that girlfriends don't like? Is that a real thing? Like, and somehow that's like being paraded as like not toxic. Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, a bunch of girls being like, oh, it actually makes me really uncomfortable when you watch porn. And if you're not okay with that, you're the bad one. Like, no, you're really toxic. Stop that behavior. That's really weird, man. You know? That's really fucking weird. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Like, watching porn is actually cheating? Like, no, it's not. Is it, though? It's not. They're not starting a fucking relationship with someone they don't know. Let's not... What? What? That's ridiculous. If that's cheating, so is watching a fucking rom-com that you're deeply invested in. That's also cheating then, isn't it? That's romantically cheating. That's so dumb. Oh my god. It's so funny. That's such a weird thing. Honestly, TikTok, like, I've had TikTok for a little bit. I've been like scrolling through it. It's yet to become like something that I actually enjoy, because I hate every single second I scroll through it, but I scroll through it anyway because I want to see what the kids are into. And it's made me like so appreciative that my girlfriend is not insane. Like, it's actually like, I appreciate so much that Elva is like mentally sound. And, like, she is not controlling at all. She is not toxic at all. Like, she is just fucking normal. Like, I'm stupidly lucky to have someone like that. It's crazy. It's crazy. My ex was so genuinely insecure with her own body to the point where she made me not watch porn at all. That's, yeah. That's rough. That's rough. How can it be watching something cheating? It sounds like they're saying watching sex is the same thing as doing sex. To make it legitimate air. Yeah, that's weird. I don't get it. I do not get it at all. That's something like, people have these issues, like these hang-ups in relationships, and that's one of them, where it's like, if my boyfriend watches porn, like, he's in the wrong. Like, that's justifiable and it's valid that I feel uncomfortable. Like, sometimes it's not valid if you feel uncomfortable about something. Like, sometimes it's not, and that's one of the times where it's not actually valid. Like, you actually have a problem to work through. It's not your boyfriend that has the problem, it's actually you that have the problem, and you've got to work through that, because that's not an okay mentality to have. You're actually being really controlling and really toxic towards someone you want to be in a relationship with. Like, that's not okay. Like, that's your problem to work through. And, like, it's weird that TikTok is, like, enforcing this mindset of, like, if you part of your personality is toxic, embrace that. It's who you are. You don't need to fix yourself. Sometimes you need to fix yourself. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you have problems, and you got to fix that. I think a lot of people are very, very repressed, especially straight women, when it comes to sex. It's a very unhealthy relationship. Yeah, that's true. That is true. The way I met Elva is crazy. Crazy Luck 2. Wasn't it from Omegle? Okay, yeah, it was. I met her friends. Well, actually, they weren't friends with her at the time. I met these two girls on Omegle 9 years ago. I was on Omegle because I watched PewDiePie's video where he went on Omegle, and I was, like, too young to, like, realize he wasn't on Omegle all the time. So, like, I put my interest as PewDiePie, and I just searched. I was like, maybe he's on. Maybe he's recording a video. Who knows? Maybe PewDiePie's on here. But at the same time, I got to meet, like a bunch of people that were into PewDiePie. It was actually really cool. I didn't see, like, any dicks. It was amazing. It was just loads of, like, really cool people, which was really cool. But I met these two girls from Ireland, and I was friends with them for a while. We, like, traded social media, and I was friends with them for, like, a real... I'm still friends with one of them. I still follow both of them, but one of them I'm still friends with, the other one I'm not, because we don't really talk anymore. We just sort of stopped talking, but we were friends for like a year, and then they met Elva at some point that year and like became friends. And I was like introduced to their friends through them because they sort of like just talked online and stuff. They had like a Skype and whatever, and they just added me one day. And I just like was in a call with Elva and a couple of their other friends. And from that point, like we were just this friend group for like a year or something. We were just like this big friend group, and eventually it sort of all dissipated. And I was really close friends with one of the girls. Like it was like a really weird relationship. It was only ever platonic. Like I don't think of her as anything other than a friend, and I never did. But it was like a really close relationship for being just friends, which was like weird. But it's a weird thing. I don't know. You have to experience it to be like that close with someone who's just your friend, and you could never imagine anything more than being just friends. But like we would like sleep together on like Skype, which is like weird. But like we were just friends. We were completely just friends. But I don't know. I ended up talking to Elva after that, and like obviously, you know, that happened. But you know, yeah, see you later, Ollie. That's alright. I'll probably wrap up soon because it is late, but my sleep schedule's fucked. Me and Elva have been watching Doctor Who video essays. I showed her we watched the entire JXE Fall of Doctor Who video essay, and it was amazing. Elva really liked it, and it was really fun. It was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. We're currently watching the other one, the Doctor Who is the greatest show of all time thing. I'm showing her that because I wanted to appreciate Doctor Who like for the same way I love it. Because there's like a moment in that video essay where I realized how much it connected with me, and it's the moment where he talks about falling asleep to the sound of the TARDIS noise, and I was like, oh, that's me. And it was like, yeah, I relate to that. When did you realize Elva was like someone you want a future with? God, I don't know. You sort of gradually get there, don't you? I think I wanted it quite early on, but you don't realize it's plausible for a while. I think it was like end of 2014 probably. I was like, I really just want to be in the same room as this person, because I'd never met her before. We just used to talk on Skype. And I was like, I really want to be in the same room as this person, because I just really do. Like, it was a thing. And I guess after being with each other for a little bit, it was like, you know what? I don't think I can live without this person. I really want to be with her forever, because I couldn't imagine me with anyone else. And it's that feeling of like where you literally, you check yourself and you realize like, I've not looked at another girl for years. I've never even thought about it. And like, that's when you realize like, oh yeah, this is the person. Like, I've never even considered it. Like I've not, like, I don't even remember what it's like to like look at a girl and be like, oh, she's cute or whatever. Like I don't remember it. I don't know what it feels like, because I just don't need it. And like when you realize that, I'm like, wow, it's been like so many years, and I've never. I just literally do not think about other women at all. Like I do not care, because I have the one that I want, and it's perfect. You just feel like you're where you want to be, and you don't want anything else, and it feels really good. So yeah. Having a question for you is I fall on myself, maybe. I should get Elva into Doctor Who. That's my plan, is to get Elva into Doctor Who before the 60th, because I'm going to watch all of the classic era as quickly as I can. I've just finished season 1, which was really good. I really enjoyed it. There were some really good moments. Actually, I have something to say about it, actually, that I think is a really good point. I've considered making a video on this topic, because I don't think it exists. And I've considered making it because I think it's a really good topic, but I think I need to watch more of the classic series before I make this judgment. But, so I plan on watching all the classic series. And then I want to rewatch modern Doctor Who, like New Who, all the way through again, and me and Alva will watch that through again. And I think we'll have a really good time. But the thing about the classic era is, when I was getting into it, and like reading all of these little bits and bobs about it, to like get into it and decide where I should start, where I should jump around to, what episodes I should watch, a lot of people said to just jump in wherever and watch whatever episode and whatever story and whatever serial. And I was like, okay, fair enough. Because they were like, well, there's no overarching story, there's no overarching plot, so it doesn't really matter. You can just start wherever you want. And so I thought, all right, I'll start from the beginning, and if I get really bored of it, I'll start jumping around to different stories and different eras of the show. But I've started watching it, and I've realized those people that said that are completely wrong. There is 100% overarching story, and it's really good. And it's not Bad Wolf, and it's not Harold Saxon, and it's not Matt Smith's Crack, but it is really good, and it's all character based. And the thing for the first season of the show is every serial leads into the next serial. So Matt Smith's Crack, yeah. Well, it's from. I'll show you this video. I'll show you this video in a minute. Where that comes from. It's something I watched years ago, and I found it recently, and it's beautiful. We'll react to it together. We can watch it together. But I realised that actually, Doctor Who, the classic era, is very much has overarching plot, and it's mostly character. And every serial leads into the next serial, so you never get downtime. You never get like, oh, something happened off screen. You see all of it, and so you get this character development. And you see Susan, for example, goes from this character who was very closed off. She's always looking for purpose, and that's one of her core character traits. Is Susan is always looking for purpose, and she wants a place to live, and she wants a place to settle down, whereas the Doctor is always looking to run and hide and get away. Like, you see it from the very first episode. Susan wants to stay on Earth in the 60s, and the Doctor just wants to run away. He doesn't want to stay there. He wants to get away. As soon as Ian and Barbara get into the TARDIS, he wants to go, and that's very much the Doctor. And Susan wants to find this purpose, and it evolves over the course of this series. You end up seeing her try and find her place, and Barbara and Ian both encourage her to be more and to be better and to sort of go against the Doctor. And you see the Doctor trying to be like this. Obviously, he's a grandfather. He's trying to keep her safe, but being like, no, don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. And she's like, I want to do that. I want to fight. I want to stand up, and I want to do my own thing. And you get to the point where, like, obviously, eventually in the Dalek invasion of Earth, she leaves the Doctor, and the Doctor, like, it's this poignant character moment where the Doctor leaves her on Earth because she's found somebody, and he has that big speech about, you know, one day I will come back, and he, like, leaves her, and he's like, you know, your place is here. And that's a really good character arc, and you would never get that context if you didn't watch from episode 1 all the way through to episode fucking 45. Like, you just wouldn't get that arc. You wouldn't understand that arc if you didn't watch from the very beginning. And that's what's so brilliant about classic Doctor Who, is the arcs that you get to see. And like, Ian is such a brilliant character who comes into his own. I love Barbara. She's so fantastic. I absolutely love the Doctor. He is so good. Like, he is characterized so well. You can see him trying to find his footing, and you see him go from this like grumpy old guy that like just wants to kind of see things, so like eventually he starts actually pushing himself to get involved, and it's Ian that really sort of pushes him out of his comfort zone from him being like this guy that just wants to, you know, leave it as it is, like the sort of like the Time Lord sort of, you know, you don't get involved in big historical events, whereas, you know, Ian sort of pushes him out, and he sort of realizes like, oh, I can do some good here, like maybe actually I can get involved, I can loosen up a little bit, I can start, you know, trying to help people and get involved. And you get like this at the end of season 1 with the Sensorites, the Doctor is like actually being like, oh, how can we help? What can we do? Like, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. He's not trying to race off in the TARDIS right away. And I just think it's really good. I just think it's really, really good. And I love that. It's great. And it's Sure, it might look like shit. Sure, it might look really messy and it looks really old. But the heart and the soul of Doctor Who is so there. It's brilliant. It makes me feel amazing. And there's these great moments. There's like a moment where the Doctor says, he says something to the Sensorite, and the Sensorite replies, "Are you threatening me?" And the Doctor says, "Now, I don't make threats, but I do make promises. And I promise that I will be a lot of trouble for you if you don't let Susan go," or something like that. I'm like, that is the Doctor. Like, that's the Doctor. And that's in season 1. Like, that's there was like a really good line, and he delivered it so well as well. It was very convincing. I was like, that feels like the Doctor. It was really, really good. And I've been really loving watching the classic stuff. So I think it's been very worth it as someone who really loves Doctor Who, because you can find a lot of, like, love in those stuff, because it's like, yeah, there's some like messy arcs, like the Keys of Marinus, for example, is a lot of like questing of like them going from place to place to place, but there's a lot of little moments. You get like moments where the Doctor is saying like how he doesn't kill people. He's like, I don't kill people only when my life is reasonably threatened, and it's like, that's the Doctor. It's so brilliant. It's so brilliant. I love it so much. And I've been loving it a lot, and you can see that foundation for who the Doctor is laid in William Hartnell. And he clearly set a precedent for everything that came after, and oh fuck, I respect him so much. He's a brilliant actor, and he did so well in the role, and I think it's fantastic. Sorry, I really went off on one there. I want to show you something where Matt Smith's crack came from. Let me find it. How do I find this? Let me check. I think I DM'd it to George or something. Let me find it. Let me find it. Here it is. Oh, it's unlisted. Okay, hold on. Let me send it to myself on Facebook Messenger. Yeah, Doctor Who is so good. Doctor Who is so good. It's amazing. And it's always been amazing. And hopefully it will be amazing again. I remember I was so done with Crush that when Hornsey Fox drowned. Oh, Irish Girl. Oh, like classic. That's absolute classic. Shit, I need to reply to Tyler. Okay, let me find this link. This is something I watched when it came out, which was in 2010. This is Amy's Choice, all right? We're watching Amy's Choice. This is... I don't remember if it's actually funny or whether I just thought it was funny when I was 14, but I was watching a video and they intercut Donna saying, "I was going to be with you," with Rose saying, "Forever and it broke me." Oh man, there's that ending edit on that Doctor Who is the greatest show of all time or whatever, that video essay. The ending edit, I watched that whole video in one night. I watched all 3 hours in one night, and by the end of it, I was literally crying. I was in tears watching the video essay. I was watching this fucking video essay of this guy explaining why Doctor Who was so special to him, and by the end, I was in tears. I was like, this is my favorite show of all time. This is the best thing ever. Oh my god. Alright, Dylan, catch you later, man. I'll see you soon. We'll wrap up in a minute. Let's just watch Amy's Choice, because this is amazing. I mean, at least I think it is. I remember this being really funny when I watched it back in 2010.
Dear Santa, please, please, please make me the head writer for the new series of Doctor Who. Maybe even the executive producer. Please, I'll do anything.
So stupid. Oh, I remember this so well. I remember watching this as a kid and being like, this is so funny.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna skip the intro. It's amazing because they bring Tennant in, and like the guy does a really good impression of Matt Smith as well. I think it's the other guy, not this guy, but the other guy. He actually works for a Doctor Who thing on the BBC now. for some reason, which is really kind of interesting.
Can I have a script? All I can think about is script. Maybe I'm having a craving. That's strange, never had cravings before.
Are you okay?
I'm alright. Of course I'm alright. What makes you think I'm not alright? I forgot. It was there, but I forgot. Why am I hitting myself? No, I'm fine. I'm good. Okay.
So dumb. This is
Not
just like
good, I'm not
complete
really
nostalgia. He does look like Max Mofo, doesn't he, a little
Come
bit?
into my office. I've got this fantastic idea for the second episode where the Doctor and Amy land on this big fat juicy whale in space and it keeps farting and they're inside his gut and they just kind of get below and it's the beast below and they kind of that's all that happens really.
No, don't like that one.
Then I've got this fantastic idea about the Weeping Angels coming back and what happens is Riversong.
How many scripts aren't written by you?
There's 13 episodes each series, isn't there?
Yeah.
13.
Yes, that's right. So how many scripts aren't written by you?
2.
I beg your pardon?
2.
Right.
And I've got
This
this idea
wastes.
about the Big Bang relating back to Castrovalva at Event 1 and I thought wouldn't it be
Right.
This is my favourite thing. This reminds me so much of being a kid. Me and George thought this was so funny. This is so funny. It's weird that that guy literally works for the BBC now.
You must be the Time Lord. And if you were to call me the Dream Lord, you'd be quite correct.
I know you from somewhere.
Are they gay? Maybe.
I mean, no.
No, I do. I just can't
No.
remember. A couple of years off the clock, maybe. Oh yes, bit of stubble there and the stupid pointy hair. Ha ha! David Tennant, the 10th Doctor. I remember I regenerated from you. Strange smell of cheesy Watsons on your breath.
Now look, I am the Dream Lord.
I love how he's holding the
Everything I
camera.
say
It looks
in
so
this
funny.
realm of mine goes. Now, you give me my role back or I kill ya.
Oh, and what makes me really want to listen to you?
Well,
They're not even
I
that
can say
bad.
3 little words. Time does need that.
Right, okay.
And of course there's the 11th hour, which contrasts the fact that you're an Doctor. And then the 11th hour being that sort of kind of moment where it's the last time to save the world. I mean, I was really amazed that they actually chose me. That
Will
when I
you
first-
shut the fuck up? Now then, where's Amelia? Where's Amelia?
Well, I'm going to tell you what to do if you told me to shut the fuck up.
Look, if
How
we
is the
fall
logic in that?
asleep
This is such a
again whilst you're
2010
trying to-
thing.
Oh, bloody hell.
This is such a 2010 thing. I love
So,
it.
basically, you got 2 beautiful worlds. You got world number 1, you got the dream world. Now, if you die in the dream world, you get to play the Doctor. Carry on as you are, brilliant. Not. Then you got the second world, the real world, reality. Now, in that world, I get to play the role. Brilliant. Another 5 years of me going, well, sort of. Alonzi, can you cope with that?
Well, the thing is, though, you played the Doctor for 4 years, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you want to play it for another 4 years, which I don't understand.
Well, to cut a long story short,
I love how they're like doing these
whereas you
exaggerated
haven't. You keep doing the same
mannerisms.
thing every single week. You shitty watch thing, your little old diabetic hands. Yes, all you do is your Captain Jack Sparrowisms. That is all you do, man.
What you don't understand, Tennant,
Dream
is that everybody loves me, I don't care, is that everybody loves me as the Doctor.
What is this, a staring competition?
Yes, right, if you've got anything to say, I'd say it to me now.
Okay, you're a twat.
Anything else?
Time to sleep.
Every time you don't have anything witty to say as a witty retort, you say, time to sleep. I've got a choice. Tennant gave me a choice in the dream world.
What was that choice?
Why is everything so Scottish with you?
Well, I thought it would be an amazing approach. I mean, you know, Scottish scriptwriter, Scottish companion, Scottish Vincent van Gogh. I mean, who would have thought that?
Yeah, the impression's
Well,
not bad, are they?
Yes, I don't give two shits about that, to be honest, Stephen. Now, the ultimatum that Tennant gave me was that I've got to die and then the Doctor will become my role again. So if I let Tennant kill me in what I think is the dream world, he'll come back to me and I'll become the Doctor
That
again.
sounds amazing.
I know.
That's fantastic. I mean, that's brilliant. That's kind of brilliant.
Stephen, why don't you shut up and go fuck old dream time?
What is this? What is this?
I like vodka, yes I do. Wine and spritzers, they go too.
This is my favourite thing ever.
I'm the Dream Lord,
I'm here to give you an ultimatum. The reason that we are both here is because of Stephen Moffat. He's destroyed Doctor Who for countless years, and the fact that he's written for me and you means that there must be a paradox in way. So this is why I'm suggesting we both kill him.
Well, we're in a bit of a dilemma. Because I've got a knife and glasses and a bow tie, and all three together mix into some weird twisted fuck.
Listen, Tennant, may I love the bow tie. Bow ties are very cool.
Thank you.
Now then, the
I
thing
know.
is, Stephen Moffat's destroyed Doctor Who, and I believe that if you come along and help me kill him, I will let you have sex with Amelia Pond.
She's 4 years old, Matt.
Sorry, I meant Amy, getting confused. The one with the big...
Buttocks.
No, charisma.
Ow.
So do we have a deal? Could you please put
So
the knife down?
2010.
Trust me. I'm the Doctor.
So am I.
Off we go. No, you're not. You're the Dream Lord.
Oh yeah. Butterfingers keep forgetting.
I have not played Devil May Cry yet. I'm planning to though.
What?
There she is, the TARDIS, rebuilt. What do you think?
It looks just the same.
Oh, no, wait, hang on, where is it? Wait there.
Are you serious?
What?
You just slapped a sticker
I
on it.
love
What's
how
wrong with
this
it?
is from a
That
time where people
ties are
were
Oh, you're
I'm
so
so
like
sorry.
You're
criticising the new
Right, now, we've
era.
got to go and kill Moffat. Right, now, you know when
People
grown-ups
didn't
tell you
like
everything's
Stephen
going to be
Moffat.
fine, but you think they're just saying it to make you feel better.
Yep.
Well, everything's going to be fine. Come on, in we go. No, sorry, wait, no, sorry, what are you doing?
Well, you know, steering it.
Remember, I'm the Doctor now. I'm the one who does the driving.
Okay, fine.
You're just a Dream Lord.
Yeah, just a
Sticker
dream
is
lord
dumb
with a
though.
couple
I
of
like
just
the
like you.
sticker, okay.
Don't worry, I'll soon fix that.
Fix what? I'll see if it is, man. Timelessly.
No, you don't. Well, any passing comments? I've heard them all.
It's shit.
I love how this video just hates the
What
Moffat
do you mean,
era.
shit?
Like it just hated
Come on,
Series
we've got
5.
Such a crap console. Hang on, wait there. Look, we've got a typewriter, and we've got mustard and ketchup. Ah, yes, you're coming. I know you are. Please, mop and bucket in the corner. I know it's glass and white clean, but anyway.
God,
fucking
the
love
least
this
crappy
video.
thing my TARDIS console had was a paperweight. I mean, look at you, you've got a pinball machine, you've got blue buttons that don't work.
Don't diss the blue buttons.
Don't do that, yeah, I'd love to diss the blue buttons. I mean, even your Sonic looks like a dildo.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for that.
If anyone gets a review of this whole setup of Series 5, I bet you it'll be bad.
Well, let's have a look at one now then, shall we?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the weird bit, isn't it? In the middle, where it's just... Yeah, let's just skip over
Right,
it.
that's it. I'm going to punch you
It's
in the
not very
head.
funny.
Oh, well, that was a nice sleep.
There's one thing you never ever put in a... Sorry, force of habit. Every time I hold a gun, I just do... Right, sorry. We've come to kill you, Stephen.
For ruining Doctor Who. Oh, no, but I created your crack, Matt. What?
Yes, here it is.
So is this a story arc now? Matt Smith's crack?
No,
There it
that
is.
getting
Matt
so
Smith's
important.
crack. That's why I say
It's
it.
a crack echoing through time. The whole of the end of the universe, a crack.
That's-
Splintering. 2 points of space and time that shouldn't have touched, pressed together.
That's what we led you to believe.
What is it then?
Even a 4-year-old could guess. Well, let me guess, Amelia Pond, I think she did.
Nope, sorry, still not getting you.
Well, the crack was kind of caused by me a couple of specials ago.
What happened?
Well, it all started with the waters on Mars. Because there are laws of time,
And long ago there were people in control of those laws, and they all died. They all died. And do you know what that means? Me! It's taken me all these years to realise the
loving it.
laws
Look
of
at him, he's
time are
so
mine.
into it.
And they will obey me! Shut up! So wait a minute, you're telling me that everything in my series is based upon you? Well, I theoretically caused
This is
all
Doctor
that
Who, yeah.
destruction
This is
because
what
I
Doctor Who
changed
is
history,
about.
changed
This is actually an
time,
episode of Doctor Who,
time,
yeah.
Results still taking effect. So my whole series and my whole basis is based upon you. This is not stupid.
I'm the Dream Lord. I'm
Look,
not really.
Stephen's even leaving now.
Mind
He's just
that.
not caring at all.
Will you
That man
mind
is
that?
going. He's trying to talk to us. I'm completely ignoring him.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, probably is actually.
Considering what he caused you to do.
This is true, but I'm sorry, can't take it anymore. I'm gonna have to kill myself, Tennant, purely because my whole series was based on you. Just a minute. It's alright. I think this is both dreams, so maybe I'll see Amelia. I pray. Oh, diddly dum.
This is the greatest thing that ever happened.
Oh,
I can't believe what I spent my time watching when I was 14.
sorry, was I snoring?
Just a bit, Doctor. I mean, what are you trying to do?
Sorry.
First you eat my flapjack and now you just snore all night. I just can't get any sleep.
Sorry, I've had a dream about the Dream Lord, and it was actually my previous
Dream
self.
Lord, you've done that loads of times, Doctor.
I'm sorry, why are you talking like that?
Because you ate my flapjack.
Because I ate your flapjack.
That was 2 years ago.
I ate your flapjack too. Look, whatever the fuck you are saying, I cannot understand. Please repeat it, so, you know, I'm getting what you're saying. No, nothing. Amelia, talk to me, come on.
Luke, I got my boys. I got my flapjack. Oh no, that was eaten. I even tried to go on to you, and what do you do? Ignore me, Doctor.
Why do I always get lumbered with the shit companions? I've got Amy, I've got Rory. Oh, wait, sorry. Forgot you don't know he's dead yet, but I need to go and see him.
Doctor?
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god. Amy, I mean, she goes running off with him on the Rory!
The
Alright,
Rory is
just
so
one quick
good. That's such a
question.
good impression.
Right. Now, don't say we didn't include him in the episode. Ah, there we go. Rory all sorted. That's the thing, though, Amelia. At least I won't get to meet anyone who's as annoying as you are.
Number one, don't call me Amelia. Number two, I don't think it'll be very difficult to you, Doctor.
Can you hear that?
No.
No, there's a rumble. Wait, come on. Now that's interesting.
What is that?
The spaceship that's too expensive to be shown on our budget because it's CGI'd really badly. Whoa. Who's that?
I don't remember this, honestly. I feel like I never watched this to the end.
Hello, sweetie.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Right, quick question. What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for the Pandorica car to open.
Right, not interested. Sorry, excuse me.
Why?
It's ridiculous, you know what I'm saying? My acting's fine, my acting's brilliant, I know what I'm doing. Why does Stephen Moffat even give me these jobs? His head's so far up his own arse, he's coming out of his own mouth. And then I've got Amelia Pond, who always have some problems with her. The fact that Rory, well, she basically hits a lot. So I think maybe I should just stop talking to myself. There's a car and it's looking at me very strangely.
Amazing. It's Matt Smith's crack, everybody. Matt Smith's crack. There you go. We're one of the 684 people to watch this. It had way more views when it was actually a thing, I swear. And that's what I used to watch when I was 14 years old. I used to watch those sorts of videos. So there we go. That's that. Doctor Who. Yeah, amazing. Matt Smith's crack. That's what Doctor Who's about. So if you've never seen Doctor Who before, that should get you into it. Because that's what Doctor Who is all about. And yeah, I'm sure you'll love the show. Yeah, I think it would be funny if you've never watched Doctor Who. Now you've seen that, go and watch series 5 and you'll notice, you'll see all of that in Series 5, and you'll be like, oh, that's what was in the video that James fucking watched on stream. Oh my god. The voices do sound like George actually doing voices on podcast. But yeah, Doctor Who is very, very good. Very good. I can't imagine watching it and not loving it. The thing is, like, honestly, watching JX's video on the Fall of Doctor Who again, every time he uses a clip from old Doctor Who, like good Doctor Who, to like make a point, I'm like, oh god, I love Rose. Oh, I love Martha. Like, oh my god, I love Amy and Rory. I love when the Doctor's good. Oh, Heaven Sent's a great episode. Like, it's those like little snippets. Like, he really like makes you want it. Like, you see all of this terrible Doctor Who, and then he just uses like a little clip of good Doctor Who, and you're like, oh god, it was so good when it was good, man. It was so good. It just makes you feel things. Like, it is so, so good. That's wild. Martha, 15 years ago? Oh my god, it was 15 years. 2007. Oh my god. That's insane. That's wild. I cannot wait for good Doctor Who. I can't wait for... I can't wait for Russell Davies to come back. Oh my god. Like, honestly, watching that Fall of Doctor Who video again was like... Again, it was like another, like, eye-opening, wow, this era of Doctor Who is so fucking bad. I need good Doctor Who again. I can't wait to have properly characterized characters that I give a shit about. The Doctor being back on form. Like, honestly, seeing those clips from The Haunting of Villa Diodati was like, oh, that is the Doctor. Like, I can actually see Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor in that scene. Every single time I watch that scene where she confronts the Cyberman for the first time, it's so Doctor. Like, it's the Doctor. It's so good. And she actually does a really good job as well. Which, like, fuck, she could have, if she'd had good material, my god, Doctor Who never would have been bad. If Chibnall hadn't been doing it, like, oh god. It's really disappointing. Because Doctor Who could be so much better. Was the first game you felt attached to? I don't really know. Sonic, I think. Sonic the Hedgehog. I loved the old ones. I loved Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega. And then I played the ones on the Dreamcast and the GameCube. And I loved Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2. And I think those were the first games I really felt connected to, where I like really, really loved them and loved the characters and stuff. And the music and everything. On the last second episode of Series 4 with Donna, the power got cut because I was 4 and I asked my dad if the planets were coming. That's amazing. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's actually incredible. There's there's so much good in Doctor Who, and I think that the Doctor is a really good role model for kids. The Doctor is like this, yeah, there's something about the Doctor that's just very much, I don't know, I guess it becomes part of you when you watch Doctor Who as a kid. Like, it means a lot to me. And like I said, when I watched that video essay where he talks about, there's a little snippet in it right at the beginning where he talks about falling asleep to the sound of the TARDIS hum, where I knew I would watch the whole fucking thing in one go, because I was like, this guy, he gets it. Like, this is just me. I used to do that. Like, that TARDIS hum, yeah, that does feel like home. That does feel good. Like, I can listen to that TARDIS hum and it's calming. It's like, that feels good. Like, and that made me be like, yeah, I'm gonna watch the whole video because it was so good. I'll link it in chat if anyone wants to watch it. I linked it on Twitter before. I know people have already watched it, but if anyone wants to watch it that maybe is lurking potentially, I'll send you a link. Oops. I'll throw it in chat. But yeah, if anyone wants to watch it, there it is. It's 3 hours, but it's well worth the 3 hours if you're a Doctor Who fan, or if you fell out of Doctor Who. And you, yeah, if you fell out of love with Doctor Who and you used to love it, I think it's a good video for you. There's so much in there that's great. I mean, you look at like the Waters of Mars, an all-time fucking incredible piece of television. Like, that is just so good. It's so good. Like, Tennant's fucking acting. Like, where you see him describe Gallifrey for the first time in Gridlock, where he's sitting with Martha and they're just in that alleyway, and it's like been raining or whatever, and they just sit on those chairs, and he's just describing Gallifrey, which, by the way, I didn't even realise is a direct callback to the very first season of Doctor Who, because after watching the classic series, like, I noticed Susan describes Gallifrey in the Sensorite serial, and it's the exact same way Tennant describes it in Series 3. There's 2 moments where Tennant describes it. It's that episode in Gridlock where he talks about the silver trees, and then there's a later bit in The Last of the Time Lords, I think, or whichever episode. What's it called? The Sound of Drums? Which one comes first? I don't remember. It's the first one, though, where he's with Captain Jack and Martha, and he talks about the burnt orange sky or whatever. The sky was a burnt orange or whatever, which is exactly how Susan describes it in season 1. She says the leaves on the trees were silver, and at night the sky was a burnt orange or something like that. But it was, yeah, it was absolutely so many great moments in Doctor Who that really, like, stick with you. And I think, like, over time, you, like, it's weird. I think over time I've become more and more attached to it. Like, I remember it as a kid so much that, like, when I was a kid, Doctor Who was so special to me, and I loved it. And then, like, as I got older, I kind of disconnected from it, but I've reconnected with it recently, and I genuinely think I would cry at almost every single scene in the show. Like, honestly, there's so many bits where I'm like, I would cry during that moment, or I would cry during that moment. Like, just, like, really, there's, like, really simple moments where I'm like, that makes me feel so much. Like, there's like, the moment when, like, the Doctor, like, in Series 7, in The Snowmen, there's a moment where when the Doctor finally becomes, like, the Doctor again, and Clara enters the TARDIS for the first time, like, the Victorian Clara, and he, like, turns on all the lights and everything, and she sees the inside of the TARDIS. It's just, like, this moment of, like, oh, it's the Doctor. Or, like, the moment where, like, oh, the Christmas invasion, like, when the Doctor's picking out his new clothes and he's at Christmas dinner with, like, Rose and her family and everything. Oh my god, that whole section with Song for 10 in the background. Oh my god, it's fucking incredible. There's so many little moments in Doctor Who. The moment at the end of the world, is that what it's called? Where in Series 1, when they get back to Earth in modern times, and the Doctor talks about how, like, his planet's gone and everything. It's just, like, this moment where it's like, oh, I just love these characters. I fucking love these characters so much. It's so good. It's amazing. Yeah, the chips bit. Doctor Who is so good. How are you going with the Witcher books? I'm currently halfway or getting towards the end of Time of Contempt, so yeah, a bit through that. I'm loving it. Did you see the delete scene from Batman? I did, yeah. I thought it was a fine scene. I think it's actually a really good scene. In terms of writing, phenomenal. In terms of acting, I'd have to see more. In terms of design, I'd have to see more again. But I'm kind of a fan of, like, the fucked up Joker look, more than the white makeup and stuff. I feel like I've seen that a million times. I want to see the fucked up Joker look. I'm glad it was cut, though. I'm glad it was cut. Rose is really good in season 1. But season 2, yeah, series 2, she's not quite as good. There's some good moments, like in the Impossible Planet and stuff, and the Satan Pit. I think she's quite good in those. And I think she's quite fun in Tooth and Claw. I think the way that Rose goes out is quite good, because it's quite similar to Clara. The way that, like, she's pushing herself to, like, be like the Doctor, and her downfall is trying too much to be like the Doctor. when she's not really the Doctor. Like, she's pushing herself, and it's almost like the Doctor's pushing her to push herself. And that's why she ends up going. And, like, Clara does the same thing, but then they ruin it all with fucking Hellbent. By bringing her back. But yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I mean, there's so many amazing moments in the end of series 1. I mean, honestly, my favorite bits of that the finale, like the parting of the ways, my favorite moments are the bits with Rose on Earth. Like those moments where she's talking to Jackie about how like when the Doctor took her back to see her dad and everything. She's like, that's how good the Doctor is. And Jackie's just like storms out or whatever. And then when she comes back with the truck and she's like, you were right, it's exactly what your dad would do. It's like, oh, it's so good. It's so good, man. Oh, it's amazing. That episode is probably my favorite, finale. It's so good. It's so good. And the moment with the Doctor and the Delta Wave, where it's this complete mirroring of the Doctor having to destroy Gallifrey and kill all the Time Lords in order to kill the Daleks, and and he's just thinking about it, and he's gone across this arc to be at the point where now he is the Doctor again, and when they ask him that question, he's like, coward or killer, and he's thinking about it, and he's like, coward any day. It's so good. It's the most earned moment. It's so good, and it's just such an incredible moment. It's so good. And he's like, I'm not gonna do it again. He regrets doing what he did in the Time War to the Time Lords and to Gallifrey so much that he's not gonna do it again. He'd rather die, be the Doctor. Being the Doctor is worth more than doing what he's doing. And it's just, it's so good. It's so good. Where can we find the classics? I watch classic Doctor Who on bloody BritBox. They have them all on there. That's where I watch it, and it's very good. Blumnack, we've been going for 5 hours and it's 6:15 in the morning. I probably should wrap up. I've been going for so long, and I know Elva is going to stream tonight, and I'm going to be live on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday. And yeah, I'm not going to be live tonight because I've got to record. But yeah, this was a really good stream. I liked being able to chat to you all. Beginner's Guide was really, really good. Really good game, and it just sort of prompted this quite deep chat. I think it flowed quite nicely. And we we just sort of ended up doing bits and bobs. QP, I couldn't hear back noise. What were we talking about? What did you ask? Again? Oh, classics. Oh, I watched classic Doctor Who on BritBox. BritBox, which I don't know if it's available everywhere in the world, but that's where I watch it. I think it is a service that's available everywhere. It just lets you get access to loads of British TV shows, and it's all on there. Anyway, I'm gonna head off. I am gonna sleep, and then I have a podcast to record. There's a lot of content going up on Four Pillars Network. We've got the podcast just went up, so you can go check out the newest episode of the Four Pillars podcast, as well as a video that Eddie and Ethan made, which is a 10 things to be excited for in the Skywalker saga, this Lego game, which is a really good video, actually. I watched it. It was really fun. So that's cool. But I'll see you Saturday for Final Fantasy XIV, and I'll see you Sunday for Elden Ring. That'll be good shit. Alright, thanks everybody so much for joining me. I really, really, really appreciate it. Is anyone live that I could raid? Probably not, right? But no, literally nobody's live. Fuck me. Sarah is still live with Tales of Rise. She's been going for 7, nearly 8 hours. Oh my god. That, to be fair, is how I played Tales of Rise when I played it. Just solidly for 8 hours at a time, because it was an incredible game. So there is that. Anyway, all right, thank you guys so much, and I will see you all next time. Catch you later, everybody. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.